have been seized from these two accused who have now been detained. Arunima is also joining us on the broadcast. Arunima, a major security breach. You yourself report on parliamentary proceedings. A lot of security checks take place when it comes to entering the house. How was something like this allowed? Two youth armed with color bombs able to jump from the visitors gallery onto the floor of the house, jumping through the seats among the parliamentarians before they were cornered.
And I do not know, they were shouting some slogans which I couldn't make about, but the fact that there were two people who could come into the visitors gallery with canisters which could emit smoke. This smoke could have been toxic, it could have been poisonous, or it could have even been smoke bombs. We do not know, but it emitted an yellow smoke, and this is a serious breach of security, especially on 13th of December, the day in which Parliament was attacked in 2001.
How much would have been the age, sir?
20 and 30, young men wearing jeans.
Thank you.
It was experience. It is inside the floor of the house. Suddenly we found two persons jumped and one is coming gradually forward. What is the target? How? Why they are moving like this? Nobody could guess. Suddenly some smoke started penetrating. It's a yellowish color. So all were in a nervous mood. I was expecting maybe they are going to blast something or maybe they are going to shoot somewhere. But ultimately all left the house. It is a security lapse. Today is the day. We should not forget that it is the day of particular when our parliament was attacked. So how they entered into its instruments, releasing smoke, releasing sound, rushing one after one. No security inside the house. They at least jumped. Young people.
And Arunima continues to be with us on the broadcast. Arunima, those dramatic visuals on our screen, two youth jumping from the visitors gallery, jumping on the floor of the Lok Sabha, armed with color bombs, and now they have been detained. But there is a two-tier frisking process inside Parliament before one can reach the visitors gallery. This is a huge breach of security.
Yes, as you know, that is the procedure. Where I'm standing is the new Parliament building. This is the building from the site from which you enter the Lok Sabha, and further down if you go, that's the Rajya Sabha site to enter. And at the other side also there are visitors gates where your identity card is checked, your Aadhaar card is usually ascertained. The person who has recommended you for the visitors pass, usually it's a member of Parliament. That letter of recommendation is scrutinized. Mobiles are not allowed. You're not allowed to carry any foreign object. Bags, etc. are all they're asked to keep it outside. So how did this person or how did this duo manage to enter inside with what is being called smog cracker? Preliminary information that they have given, preliminary questioning that has happened, they have said that they were upset with the fact that the authorities were not listening to their grievance and they wanted to make a point. What exactly was their grievance? We don't know yet. At this stage, there are no linkages that anybody is mentioning with the fact that today is 13th December, and 13th December in parliamentary history is remembered as a very unfortunate day which saw a parliamentary attack. So nobody is drawing any parallel just as yet, but the opposition members are worried that how did such a security breach happen in a building which has just been inaugurated, which is supposed to be taking into account all these aspects of security of the ministers, security of the members of parliament.
Absolutely, and the question also is emerging over the passes, Arunima, as you were pointing out. Now what we are learning is that normally MPs and ministers and even party offices issue these passes for the visitors gallery. At the same time, what we are learning is that security agencies have been asked to go through all CCTV footages to ascertain whether there were other means used by this duo, to enter the floor of the house. Now, but when it comes to the entire security surrounding Parliament, is the entire mechanism of giving passes also now under question?
Let me just try and give you a sense of the security bandobast here. This is the gate that takes you towards the Lok Sabha side. This is the new parliamentary building. Nobody allowed here. You know, you see the police barricades. There are security personnel moving inside towards the Lok Sabha chamber. There is complete mayhem inside because the security has suddenly been tightened. Yes, the duo allegedly responsible for this has been taken into custody, but they now want to sanitize the chambers. Both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha chambers and the entire premises of the parliament will have to be sanitized to just ascertain.
Arunima, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm joined by Congress MP Gaurav Gogoi on the broadcast. Thank you, Mr. Gogoi, for joining us on CNN News 18. What happened inside Parliament? Please take us through that.
Well, it was extremely dangerous what I heard and witnessed, because when the House had adjourned, there was a loud commotion. I was outside of the chamber. I rushed in and I saw two young men dressed in regular clothes holding two canisters, out of which yellow smoke, which was foul smelling, was billowing. And the entire chamber, Lok Sabha chamber, was full of this yellow smoke. And it was only MPs who were rushing in to hold these two people and then take them outside. And there was a lot of commotion, and we were trying to figure out who were these individuals. Did they have any other dangerous weapons? And it's just the question remained that how did two young men with canisters, smoke-filled canisters, enter, and what is the smoke? So there was a lot of doubt and fear and insecurity, and I must say I was disappointed with the fact that MPs themselves had to, confront in what could be a potentially, a very unsafe situation. And I really had wished for far more, security and security procedures in such a scenario, especially on this day when we are remembering many years ago what had happened in Parliament.
Right, but Mr. Gogoi, any indication coming in, any injuries have taken place among your colleagues? Are you also all right?
No, we're all fine. I mean, we all felt, I saw many colleagues covering their noses with handkerchiefs, their mouth, rushing to get out because they have absolutely no idea what this, smoke was, because the entire chamber is filled. And it's just unfortunate because it was just, unpreparedness. I saw security personnel still standing outside, nobody rushing in to grab these two young men. I was very unhappy with the standards. I really feel that I think there has been so much of review, and there's a committee on parliament security to have this still going on in this new complex. I just feel like there has been a major flaw, and there must be a proper inquiry later on when things calm down, and we should find out who these perpetrators are. One of them was shouting slogans, what these slogans were. And again, I think there's just a lot more that needs to be done, especially when you have a new
Right, that charge coming in from Gaurav Gogoi that even the security officials on the floor reacted late. Let's toss over to my colleague Shivani to take us through what happened on the floor of the House.
News 18. You can see this gentleman very clearly in the dark grey blue jacket and trousers. He's actually jumped allegedly from the visitors gallery onto the desk. He actually manages to jump over many rows of the parliament desk, and you can see there are MPs actually who are first to try and surround him and contain him. The visuals show the extent of this, that this gentleman jumped onto the desk and somehow managed to cross over many rows, and then eventually he was surrounded, couldn't really move on from there. But this is as much as was caught as far as LSTV is concerned. But this is in itself just showing you the gravity of the kind of security breach that has taken place. What MPs also tell us, that ones that we've spoken to, is that there were two people who did this. One of them has been caught on camera, and that they were carrying some sort of a smoke bomb or a color bomb inside in a canister, which is going to be an aerosol type spray. In itself, this is a question mark how these people managed to do so. What has also happened along with this, Ayushman, is that outside Parliament there have also been color bombs that have been used by a couple of protesters. So this has happened simultaneously, but more than what has happened outside, the major breaches here. These are visuals. First, on CNN News 18, where this gentleman is caught very clearly jumping over desks, crossing over rows, and it is MPs who have first come and surrounded him and tried to contain him. We don't really see much of the other response of them being detained as far as these visuals are concerned, but certainly a massive security breach. And let's not forget, today is December 13. Today is the anniversary of the attack on Parliament.
Absolutely, and those visuals on the right side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, clearly it doesn't seem that they were detained inside the floor of the House. Those visuals on the right side of your screen, where it seems they even detonated those smoke bombs outside Parliament, where they were finally apprehended by the police. Those visuals on the right side of your screen. I'm also joined by Arunima on the broadcast. Arunima, we're learning that they had actually hidden these canisters in their shoes. But that is a massive breach of security, given the fact that this is Parliament at the end of the day.
Yeah, that seems to be the preliminary probe. We will have to wait for the final report from Parliamentary Security about what really happened. But we have been pointing out to you how strong the security bandobast in Parliament is. There are multiple layers of security, including one before you just enter the viewing gallery. Just before you enter there, you're thoroughly frisked, your pass is checked, mobiles are not allowed. So the question was being repeatedly asked that how did the duo manage to sneak in this foreign object? Now it turns out that they could have hidden it, under their shoes, inside the shoe itself, and they were walking in a way that it did not give any indication that there was a foreign object. So this was well planned, well thought out. And even when they were frisked out, if you see the visuals, Rajendra Agarwal was in the chair at that particular time, and suddenly he adjourns the House and the MPs rush towards this person who had opened up the canister. Even when he was dragged out towards the Transport Bhavan side, which is about 500 meters from where I am, just on the other side of this road, even when he was dragged out on that particular side, he continued to use that yellow smog cracker, as it is being called by the local police officials. So he wanted to make a point. What was that point? Why was he daring, to do this? All of that police is probing, but two people have been detained and questions are being asked, and this entire area behind me is being sanitized at the moment. Security staff can be seen, manning every gate, running from one end to the other, ensuring that the MPs are all frisked and taken away. The visitors, I'm just going to ask Rajesh to come here. Just see here, the visitors who were wanting to enter, they have been stopped by the police right here, so that they cannot impede the security measures that have been taken in. And there are people who were in the visitors gallery there, and their experiences are also being taken by some police person standing there. So complete security bandobast, interrogation of the two people detained, and trying to ascertain how such a massive breach happened, especially on a day like today when Parliament had seen the worst thing in its history, the Parliament attack.
Absolutely, and those visuals on your screen on the right side is where those two suspects were actually detained, ladies and gentlemen. It was outside Parliament. Now, many Congress MPs, including Gaurav Gogoi, have said that the security officials inside the floor of the House, they acted very slowly. But let's take you through the security arrangements which are put in place when it comes to entering Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. There is a three-tier security system, one at the entry gate of Parliament premises, which has metal detectors and handheld metal detector frisking. Same drill is repeated at the entry gate of the Parliament building. And security is also present in the corridor that leads to various visitor galleries. One is not even supposed to carry a mobile phone inside the gallery, but these two individuals had those smoke bomb canisters with them. And it seems that the kind of officials on the ground, that's what Congress MPs are alleging. They reacted slowly. These two suspects were able to run outside, where they detonated another smoke bomb, it seems, and that's where they were finally detained by the security forces. I'm joined by my colleague Arun Dhanta on the broadcast. Arun, so it was finally once these suspects rushed outside after causing mayhem inside the floor of the House was when they were finally detained. Those visuals on the right side of our screen.
Well, that's right, Ayushman. Even outside, we just saw two people who gathered here. Right now, I'm standing at the Parliament Street Road. This is the Transport Bhavan side entry of the Parliament. Two people were detained by Delhi police from this spot as well. A short while back when we reached here, they were taken inside the police vehicle. They were, protesting here, raising some slogans here. However, but you can see that how they have completely barricaded this area. Only those vehicles are allowed to move forward who have the sufficient details which is needed to actually pass through this route. Remember, this is the Parliament Street road on which we are standing right now, and this is the PTI or Transport Bhavan sides entry of the Parliament. So you can see within a few minutes of that case being reported inside Parliament, the Delhi police and the paramilitary forces have in fact come to this place, and they are guarding this area. 2 or 3 barricades have been placed on both sides of the road. You can see the presence because we travel through this road every day. You won't find such bandobast the way it has happened just after that incident which happened inside the Parliament. But of course, remember, you can see on that side, just not even 100 meter away is the Parliament entry gate from this side. So you can see that the massive security arrangement has been done here by the Delhi police and paramilitary forces right after what happened inside the Parliament. And also, Ayushman, the 2 people which were detained by Delhi police from this spot, they were also taken away from. We tried to speak to them, to find out as to what exactly they were doing here. They were also raising some slogans here, but they were taken away by Delhi police. But this is exactly the situation at this point here on Parliament Street Road, which is very close to the Parliament.
Right, and we're getting some more details when it comes to this breach of security inside Parliament. 2 protesters, one is a male, one is a female. They've been detained by the local police in front of the Transport Bhavan, and because they breached Parliament and they used those smoke canisters. One's name is Neelam, another's name is Amol Shinde. Neelam comes from Hisar, Amol comes from Maharashtra. And now they have been taken into custody. So that's what we are learning. It was 1 male, 1 female. These are the 2 protesters. One's name is Neelam, one's name is Amol Shinde. Neelam comes from Hisar and Amol Shinde hails from Maharashtra. Those are the details which are coming in. And my colleague Shivani is getting us some more details when it comes to this major security breach. And many MPs, opposition MPs, are asking on which other MPs' authority were these 2 allowed to get those passes and enter Parliament. Shivani, over to you.
Ayushman, we have the first pictures on CNN News 18 confirming that color bombs were indeed, opened inside the Parliament itself. These are the first pictures that CNN News 18 has accessed, which show you the smoke and the color. This is a yellow color bomb that has been used inside Parliament. In the visuals that we were bringing to you earlier, we could only see the man jumping onto desks. But this is the visual, the first pictures coming in from the gallery as well and down on the desks as well. There is a color bomb that has been used as far as inside Parliament is concerned. These are more pictures that we've accessed on this side. Not many people, a lot of people here in the visitors gallery. Commotion here on the ground, on the desks of the MPs that they were using, and it is indeed looking like a pretty substantial amount of smoke has been detonated inside Parliament House. You heard one of our MPs who was speaking to us earlier that parliamentarians had to put handkerchiefs on their noses, etc., to get while they were getting out, and this is why, because there was indeed a color smoke bomb that was used inside Parliament. We have some more pictures coming in. This one shows very clearly the extent of the smoke that has been used inside Parliament, and this is indeed a massive security breach. Even if not a big scare as far as the well-being of any of the MPs is concerned, certainly a massive security breach as far as this color bomb is concerned. Lots of smoke that we can see on the floor of the House that has been used. First confirmation and the first pictures coming in here on CNN News 18 to show you that not only was there a security breach where 2 men allegedly jumped from the visitors gallery, people watching over here as well, but clearly there was the smoke bomb that was also used inside. We see here in these pictures not only parliamentarians getting up wanting to go out, but some security officials also that also had come in obviously as soon as this security breach was noticed. So yes, big confirmation coming in of the color bombs, the smoke bombs being used inside. Ayushman.
Absolutely, and those visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, the members of Parliament, now that's what many Congress MPs allege, that the members of Parliament were the first to rush and try to detain these 2 suspects, and the security officials acted late. That is the allegation coming in from the opposition MPs. What we are also learning is that many questions are being raised over which MP sanctioned the entry of these 2 suspects, and Payal is getting us some more details about that. Payal, over to you.
Well, as far as the preliminary information is coming in, that probably could be the pass which has been made by BJP's member of Parliament from the Lok Sabha, Pratap Simha. He's a Mysuru MP. He's currently, trying to find out from his office as to who made those passes and under whose name those passes were made. Because remember, MPs do bring in a lot of members, a lot of members do bring in a lot of visitors because they're visitors from their constituency who want to come and see Parliament. Everybody's excited about coming to the new Parliament, but was a background check really done? Because for a long time, the Parliament had actually stopped making visitor passes, but after the COVID restrictions were lifted, primarily a lot of people have been coming to the galleries, have been coming to these to the Parliament to actually witness Parliament today. In fact, a number of wives of MPs were also there in the Parliament for a bit, and they were also there to witness. So obviously, that is being investigated. Pratap Simha is currently trying to find out from his office in terms of who made those passes and what background check was really done. We'll have to just wait and see. But as of now, his name is coming to the fore, although we can't really confirm and say right now. Till Pratap Simha comes on record and tells us.
Absolutely, and a serious security breach, ladies and gentlemen, because remember, these two suspects were not detained inside the floor of the house. They rushed outside, they detonated, it seems they detonated another smoke bomb, and that's when they were detained. A massive security breach, especially when it comes to the tight security protocols outside Parliament. Pallavi is joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, decode that for us. Given the kind of security system you have seen in Parliament, how was something like this allowed? It really boggles the mind.
In fact, a lot has changed really, Ayushman, ever since the December 13th attack in 2001. I mean, it's actually very easy for most of us and the visitors to go inside. Actually cars were also allowed. All of those who had their passes could also actually carry their cars inside. All of that was stopped, and so consistently there have been security reviews which have been done. For example, RF tags have been introduced, which means the moment you walk up the steps and you try to enter the house, your tags have to be shown, which essentially shows all your details, your Aadhaar card details and so on and so forth. But all of that stands negated today. I'm just going to give you a quick glimpse of how we actually enter Parliament. This is the Sansad Marg area. You can see that barricade which already has been put up there. As expected, the Delhi police, the security is all of them there. Ever since the new Parliament building has come in, this has been the go-to area. So you walk down from here, Ayushman, this is what we all call the Transport Bhavan, and where we all cover, and you can see the old Parliament building here, the new Parliament building there, and right is some another level of barricade. So visitors essentially go in from here, where you can see the cars beginning to come out, and the visitors go in here. There's a big hall actually over there, Ayushman, and inside that hall first is your frisking machine. Your bags have to be put in there. Then there's someone who actually checks you. Except journalists, no one is actually allowed their mobile phones. Leave alone mobile phones, even a sheaf of paper is not allowed inside, or even a bottle of water for that matter. So when you go in from here, and then when you get that entry, your visitor's pass is made, and again your pictures are taken. What happens is MPs recommend, MPs offices recommend, ministers can recommend, party offices also recommend whoever can be a visitor. So there is one counter on which your passes are made, and then you go to another section where that pass is then scanned by the security officers over there, and that's when you enter the Parliament and you go inside the visitors gallery. But there are massive security checks even inside the visitors gallery. I mean, I know everyone is checked. No water bottles, sheaf of paper. Doesn't matter how old or young you are, you're not allowed to take anything inside. So we don't even have to say this, Ayushman. Obviously, it's a massive security breach. Very quickly before I come back to you, where you see this car entering, this is where people go in as the visitors, and then of course you go inside the visitors gallery as well.
Right. So as Pallavi is pointing out, 3-tiered security. A sheet of paper is also not allowed inside the visitors gallery, ladies and gentlemen, not even a water bottle. But it seems these two suspects had those smoke bomb canisters hidden in their shoes, and that was able to pass through all those security checks and launch that disruption on the floor of the House. At the same time, many opposition MPs are saying that the security agencies inside Parliament did not act swiftly. It was in fact the members of Parliament who were trying to corner these two suspects and detain them. Eventually they rushed out. It seems they detonated another smoke bomb, and that's where the police finally caught them. I'm joined by my colleague Yash. Yash Goyal is also joining us on the broadcast to get the latest from Ground Zero. Yash, over to you. What more can you get for us when it comes to the motive behind this disruption inside Parliament?
Well, Ayushman, I'm coming to you from outside the Parliament Street police station here in the national capital, and in fact in the New Delhi district. And this is the police station where two detainees have been brought by the Delhi police. And in fact, these are the two people who were actually who were detained from outside the Transport Bhavan. There's a female and a male who have been brought over here at this very police station, and now the preliminary questioning is underway as of now at this very police station. What we are given to understand, the police is looking at each and every possible manner, and in fact not only police, because this matter is related to the security breach at the parliament, so that is why multiple agencies are actually going forward and actually probing this entire matter. We also got those visuals when these two detainees were actually brought to this very police station. In fact, what we are given to understand is that out of these two, one is Neelam, the female detainee is Neelam, and in fact the other one is Anmol Shinde. In fact, these two have been brought to this very police station. This entire area has been, the parliament area in fact has been cordoned by the officials as of now. In fact, strict checking is also underway in this entire area, because what we are talking about as of now is breach of security inside the parliament. And in fact, one very thing to understand is also that the police has maintained that there are two sets of people who are involved in this case, and in fact there are two sets of different people. In fact, those who protested outside the parliament, in fact those who actually went ahead and went inside the parliament with those canisters, and in fact with those colored smoke bomb. In fact, as of now, the beginning of the questioning has started over here at this very police station, where both the detainees are being questioned by the police. In fact, they want to know the motive of this entire thing and exactly why they were doing what they had done outside the Parliament House. In fact, this is a big question. In fact, a lot of questions will be raised, in fact, on the security arrangement as well, as to how these people were able to get inside the premises of the Parliament. Because when we talk about security at the Parliament building, there is a strict protocol which is being followed. Not only strict protocols being followed by all the MPs. In fact, a strict frisking is done. In fact, no object which could be harmful could be actually allowed.
Yash, I'm sorry to interrupt. My colleague
So
Arunima is getting us some more information when it comes to the investigation into these two suspects. Arunima, over to you.
So the suspects could be four actually. Now police is looking at this as two separate incidents. One where somebody jumped inside the visitors gallery, and two people who have been detained from outside from the Transport Bhavan circle. But more importantly, at this stage, police is treating this only as a security breach, not treating this as a terror conspiracy or as a terror attack. There was a lot of concern as to what this yellow colored gas was. Sulfur is yellow in color, and sulfur can really damage you if you're exposed to it for a long time. So that was the initial worry, that what is this gaseous substance that is being utilized in this particular incident. But now preliminary probe of the last 15 minutes to half an hour has led police to believe that this was not a terror attack. This is being treated as a massive security breach, and how many people were involved in total is also being investigated. Prima facie, it seems there are two separate incidents which happened. Two people, one going by the name of Neelam and another Anmol, were detained from outside the Parliament premises. This is on the Transport Bhavan side, and it is being investigated as to who are the people or who was the person who jumped inside the visitors gallery. So two separate incidents, whether they are connected, whether they all came together, what was their complaint, how did they gain entry, is all being probed at the moment. Like all my colleagues have been pointing out, multi-agency joint interrogation is on the cards.
Right, so Neelam and Amol are the ones who have been detained, but more suspects are on the radar, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we are learning. The security forces the local police is treating this as a security breach and not a terror attack. Arunima, when it comes to this major security breach, if the book is thrown at these suspects, what kind of action are they likely to face?
So I missed your exact question, Ayushman, but from the sense that I'm getting is that as far as security breach is concerned, what really is happening? First and foremost, how is it that, the sequence of event happened? The sequence of event was that Rajendra Agarwal was in the chair there were questions being asked, discussion was going on, and suddenly the house was adjourned because somebody jumped from the visitors gallery, and the MPs immediately rushed towards that person because, like Mr. Gogoi was telling us, he seemed to be opening up a canister. So the first question is that at a time when Parliament security does not allow you to enter with any foreign object, even when we go in, we are supposed to surrender our mobiles inside. We are only
We're getting
supposed
some more
to carry
details
our
from my
parcel.
colleague Pallavi. Pallavi, over to you.
Okay, Ayushman, if you're just getting a shot of me, I'm just going to show you remnants of a color smoke over here. You can see this. This is how it works. And this is one of those sample ones on which that color smoke was actually bomb, which was not a color smoke, but this is a color smoke as it's called over here. This is creative color smoke. You just have to pull it from here, and that is what has exploded inside, which we saw those pictures right inside the Lok Sabha. And of course, the police is all in this area, and you can see, for example, remnants of this color smoke as it's being called a bomb right over here. This entire area, of course, is being cordoned off, but for the media, but for more and more deployment which is taking place here. But if you can just see these pictures very clearly, I'll ask my colleague Naveen Bansal to basically show to us. If you can see these pictures very clearly, this was exactly what this whole color bomb, as it's being called, is concerned. There are wires over here, and when you just throw it, it kind of detonates, and all that starts coming out is smoke. And remnants of those colors inside it, the red color is what I showed you a short while back, and this is exactly now, ideally should be that evidence, but this is exactly what the police is now doing, identify how did it go in. Very quickly, Ayushman, if you look at the size of it, it's very difficult to hide inside the shoe. It's also very difficult to actually go through a scan. Ideally, if a proper scan had been done, a proper scrutiny would have been done, it really shouldn't have been so difficult to have been detected. As I was pointing out, for all of us who have been covering Parliament over the years, not even a slip of paper is allowed inside the visitors gallery. In fact, I remember there are instances when people try to throw papers from the visitors gallery. That also has happened in the past. That has also not been allowed, and it's after that incident that no one is allowed to take even a slip of paper, leave alone something as big as this, or of course a mobile phone for that matter.
Absolutely. Looking at the size of that canister, it seems, how were they able to conceal something like this and enter the floor of the House and detonate that, as well as detonate that outside Parliament where they were finally detained? We're also getting a reaction from R.K. Singh Patel. He is the member of Parliament who confronted the suspect who jumped from the visitors gallery. Let's listen in.
Parliament is with me, sir. बताइए क्या हुआ, आपने तो उसको पकड़ा?
देखिए, वो जैसे हम लोग बाहर से भागे थे और वो मैं बाहर था, हम लोग 4-5 लोग, पाठक जी, हम लोग बैठे थे लॉबी में। जब हंगामा हुआ कि वहाँ हमला हो गया, तो जैसे हम लोग भागे तो वहाँ पर वो गेट के पास ही वो एक माननीय सांसद जी उसको पकड़ रहे थे। वो एक उनसे ज़्यादा था। मैं पहुँचा, एक सिक्योरिटी वाले पहुँचे, तो मैंने उसका गला पकड़ करके, फिर जब गला पकड़ के दबाया तब वो नीचे गया। उसने एक धुआं की वो लिया था, एक बाटल, उसको खोल करके हम लोगों के मुँह में धुआं किया। तब तक और अन्य सांसद आ गए, फिर पकड़ करके उसको ले गए।
आपको कुछ समझ आया कि क्यों आया था, क्यों ऐसा किया? क्योंकि आज तक कभी पार्लियामेंट में हुआ नहीं है।
नारेबाजी कर रहा था, काला कानून नहीं चलेगा, ऐसा करके 2 नारे लगाया।
क्या नारे लगाया उन्होंने?
काला कानून नहीं चलेगा और गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, ऐसे दो ही शब्द हमने उसके सुने।
अब उनको पकड़ लिया सिक्योरिटी वालों ने?
सिक्योरिटी के साथ हम लोगों ने पकड़ लिया।
जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आर.के. सिंह पटेल.
So that was R.K. Singh Patel, the MP who confronted the man who jumped the visitors gallery and entered the floor of the House. Those visuals on the left side of your screen. R.K. Singh Patel says that he grabbed him by the neck and pushed him down, and then the security officials inside Parliament were able to detain him. They tried to detain him, but of course, what we had also learned that they were detained outside once they detonated another cluster bomb, another kind of smoke bomb, as those visuals on your screen indicate. What we're also learning is that they shouted slogans like "Gundagardi nahi chalegi, Kala Kanun nahi chalega." That's what R.K. Singh Patel is confirming. Also, they said "Tanashahi nahi chalegi" is the slogans that many of the MPs are now reporting that they shouted inside the floor of the House. My colleague Arunima is still with us. Arunima, so a very serious security breach. My colleague Pallavi was also showing us how those massive canisters were detonated by these suspects. So it seems that, it boggles the mind how they were able to conceal those canisters and then detonate them both inside and outside Parliament. At the same time, the big question is that if the book is thrown at them, what kind of action are they likely to face?
Yes, so now it is very clear. Multiple officials are confirming that there were 2 separate incidents that have happened. A group of 4 could have been involved. two who have been named as Neelam and Amol were outside on the Transport Bhavan side. That is the gate that leads you to the old Parliament building and the new Parliament building. And there were a group of two again who managed to gain access to the visitors gallery, and they are the ones who jumped in and they detonated that smog cracker, as it is being called. Now one is not sure if they utilized the same kind of smog canister or smog cracker. What we are being told that the preliminary assessment seemed to be they could have hidden the foreign object under their shoe. But was it the same kind that was used outside the Transport Bhavan that was smuggled inside also? That is a matter of probe. But we can breathe a sigh of relief from the fact that police at this stage is not calling it a terror related incident. They're calling it a massive security breach, and because of the kind of slogans that were raised by the group, some MPs heard them say Kala Kanun nahi chalega. What was the Kala Kanun they were referring to? We have no idea. But outside Tanashahi nahi chalegi was also heard. And they had come on the recommendation of Mysuru MP, BJP MP Pratap Simha. So who are these people? How did they manage to get the recommendation? That also is being analysed along with the CCTV footage, and Payal is reporting that inside, and you can see, behind me, the school children are gathering up once again to enter the Parliament building. They are all going to go into the visitors gallery, but inside the dog squad is moving for scrutiny and sanitization of the entire Parliament premises. The MPs have all been asked to move aside so that the security of Parliament can do their job. House has been adjourned for now.
Absolutely. The area is now being sanitized. Arunima, you're pointing out that there could be 4 suspects involved in this. 2 have been detained. Are the police on the lookout for 2 more suspects? Is that the confirmation that you're giving us?
No, I think the sense that I'm getting is that 2 who were outside have been detained and identified and questioned. The 2 who were inside were immediately caught by the members of Parliament and handed over to Parliament security, but their identity and details etc. have not been made public yet, and therefore we are unable to identify who these others are. But primary information that is coming in seems to suggest that there were 2 separate incidents and at least 4 people could have been involved.
Right, at least 4 people could have been involved. We don't have the identity of 2 suspects who are handed over by the members of Parliament to the security officials inside, but the ones who are currently in the police station are Neelam from Hisar as well as Amol from Maharashtra. These are the 2 suspects who were detained outside by the police. Remember those visuals on the extreme right of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, where those smoke bombs were detonated outside the floor of the house. It seems there are 2 separate incidents, one inside the floor of the house, one outside, where you can see those visuals on the extreme right of your screen where the smoke bomb was detonated, the yellow smoke bomb, but also we've got those visuals in the middle of our screen where those smoke bombs were detonated inside the house. Now what we are learning is that no MP has sustained injuries. In fact, the MPs were the first ones to go and confront the suspect inside the floor of the house, and on the right side of your screen, the 2 suspects outside were then detained by the police. They were shouting slogans, Tanashahi nahi chalegi, Kala Kanun nahi chalega. And I'm joined by my colleague Yash Goyal, who's reporting from outside the Parliament Street police station to get more details on those detained suspects. Yash, over to you.
Well, Ayushman, first of all, let me give you an update. Security at this very police station has been beefed up as of now. In fact, barricades have been brought in. In fact, not only that, the CRP officials are also being deployed over here. In fact, like you rightly mentioned, that there were 2 separate incidents which took place, one outside the Parliament and one inside the Parliament. And in fact, those who were detained from outside the Parliament have been brought to this very Parliament Street police station. And as of now, they are being questioned to ascertain as to what was the motive behind this entire protest, is what these people are calling. In fact, they've been saying that this protest was actually against the unemployment and in fact other related issues which actually happened outside Transport Bhavan gate entry of the Parliament. In fact, as of now, both of these detainees are here inside this very police station. What the officials are also saying that, in fact, what the sources are maintaining is that the police, in particular in this very district, has no information about those 2 who have been actually captured inside the Parliament by the MPs only. In fact, 2 who were actually detained outside the Parliament are being questioned over here at this very police station. As of now, a multi-probe agency is already being launched in this entire matter, because today is the anniversary of the parliament attacks, and something like this being happening on this very day actually pulls out a lot of questions on the security agencies here in the national capital, because this is the parliament we are talking about, and in fact the new parliament building we are talking about, and in fact not only there is one method of gatekeeping when it comes to security, but there are multiple
Right. Yash, I'll come back to you for the latest updates, where my colleague Shireen has also spoken to a member of parliament who has witnessed this attack inside the floor of the house. Also, what we are learning is that the parliamentary staff which is on duty, which was responsible for frisking, they are also now being questioned. Let's listen in to what the member of parliament had to say.
Rolling. I'm joined by Lok Sabha MP Dean Kuriakose and also Ramya Harikrishnan. So what exactly really happened in Lok Sabha today?
Two persons from gallery climbed down and they raised some slogans. Then suddenly all other members and security have catched them and taken away.
What were the slogans that was raised by them?
Not much clear, but something like Kala Kanun Bapas laws, like that.
They tried to throw the canister, they opened...
they're not thrown, they just burnt. And in between, they captured by members and security people.
Was there security present? Because Congress party is claiming that inside also the MPs were only...
Yeah, MPs only captured them, then security person arrived.
It was a man and a woman?
No, two men.
Two men it was. And when you talk about security, today is the day when parliament was attacked.
Yeah, it's a security fault.
Completely. You think it's a big security?
Completely.
Senthil Kumar, the DMK MP, is joining us on the broadcast. Good afternoon, sir. A youth security breach that has happened in the parliament. You also have put out certain pictures on the social media. Could you tell us what, in your experience, really happened?
We were there inside the Lok Sabha. It was around 12:58 when the 0 hour was going on. Suddenly we heard a sound from the back, from the visitors gallery. When we turned back, first our apprehension was somebody fell down, fainted and fell down from the visitors gallery. That was what was the initial thing. Then as soon as that was happening, another person, he jumped from the visitors gallery. We saw that. And the first person who jumped, he started running towards the speaker's chair. And over the seats, he was like jumping and going. So when he was in the middle way, MPs went around and caught that person. And still then the security, nobody had come in. And then afterwards, the person who had jumped afterwards and this person, they removed something from their shoes. And then we saw it was some smoke canisters and smoke, yellow smoke, it was fully spread around the Lok Sabha house. And after that, the security came and they secured both the persons and went. This is a serious lapse of security to happen at the 22nd anniversary of Parliament attack.
Right. Sir, as you get us that first-hand account of what happened, Mr. Karthi Chidambaram is also joining us on the broadcast. Good afternoon, Mr. Karthi Chidambaram. Thank you so much for speaking with us. A major lapse in security of the Parliament.
It could have been a very lethal and tragic consequences could have happened, because two people jumped into the house while it was functioning. 0 hour was on, and they pulled out canisters which was emanating and yellow gas. This gas, if it had been toxic or lethal, and there are more than 100 members in the house, the consequences could have been very, very lethal. And that the security response and the security apparatus and the security protocol is absolutely not top notch. And I'm really surprised that we do not have robust systems to protect our parliament.
Yeah. So the fact that this is the new parliament building and this is the parliament building which is touted to have better security apparatus compared to the past, the entire messaging of the day is not lost. The fact that we had a parliament attack earlier as well. What is it that comes to your mind? Is it about having a better security system in place? Just off the cuff, I mean, what do you think went wrong, sir?
Obviously, the system and the protocols are not there, because there are two people who have received the pass by a member signing. Some members would have signed for this pass. I'm not attributing any motive to the member who gave the pass, because members sometimes give passes to whoever requests them.
Yes.
But they are to give their ID when they come in. They are not allowed to carry even phones into the house. But how did they manage to sneak past all the scanning security and the security and the frisking with two canisters? And these canisters could have carried lethal gas.
if they had carried lethal gas, I mean, it would have been very tragic consequences with 100 members present in the house and the house was functioning.
Yeah. So there were certain slogans that were raised on the floor of the house, and we're not.
I didn't make out. I couldn't follow any of it.
Right, and I don't even want to repeat them to give them any kind of credence or any kind of substance to them as to what was done. But sir, for the future, any thoughts that you would like to share?
I mean, the speaker is a custodian of the house. He must have a complete security review. Somebody must be held accountable for this.
Yeah.
And we have to go through the protocols we have for security now. I mean, obviously security is not good enough.
Yeah.
I mean, what if these two people jumped in with poisonous gas? Can you imagine what would have happened?
One shudders at that thought. Mr. Karthi Chidambaram, thank you for joining us on the broadcast and thank you for sharing your thoughts. I want to cut across to my colleague Arunima and Pallavi who are joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, first to you, just for the benefit of our viewers, the first-hand account of what exactly transpired. We believe at around 12:50 this incident unfolded. Give us a sense, please.
So I can only say this, Anusha, that ever since the 2001 attack which took place on Parliament, things have really not been the same again. It was very easy to have access inside the Parliament. Cars could go in. It was easier for visitors to get the license or rather the slips to go in. After that, things have become tougher and tougher, so much so in the new Parliament building, this entire idea of an RF tag was also introduced. It was there in the old Parliament building as well. But in the new one, even media, people like us have also been given a little slip or a card, an access card of sorts, which you have to swipe to go in, which means the entire details, it's like a biometric, the entire detail starts coming out with your name, where you work and your Aadhaar card and so on and so forth. But in the case of visitors who are usually recommended either by a MP or by a party office, it's not an easy process. A member of parliament is a form you have to fill up. The member of parliament has to sign it allowing this visitor. So ideally it's the MP's responsibility and accountability to who's being allowed in and who's being allowed out. But in practical, that's not usually what happens. What happens is that MP staff or a party staff, they are the ones who allow visitors to go in. They go in for a limited period of time, sometimes 1 hour, sometimes 2 hours, and they go and sit. And this case, what I'm being told is that they were sitting in the gallery number 3, which is just bang opposite, nearby the media gallery, and that is where he jumped off. Now the entire process has got into place. Multiple levels of security obviously have come to naught. Very quickly, this is exactly where the visitors need to go in from. So when they go in from here, you see that cabin there, that's where first checking happens, which is, there's a frisking machine. You put in your luggage or baggage, whatever, and you're not even allowed to take it in. And then there's a counter where, you get those slips. Then again, your picture is taken and then it is swiped and you go in. Not even a sheet of paper. Forget a mobile phone. You cannot even take a slip of paper because there has been an incident in the past where people accidentally have, a paper has fell out of their hand and is fallen on the members of parliament. So after that, no papers allowed, leave alone a bottle of water or even a mobile phone. So this is huge. I showed those pictures to you a short while back. It's a huge yellow cylindrical object. I am told 3 to 4 more of them have been found near the gate. So he was trying to get in more, but inside his shoe he could take only one. So when you throw it, the smoke comes out. It's a colored smoke. I got you those pictures of that yellow powder on the floor. All of this has now been taken as evidence. So this is massive, massive security. In fact, it is said that even patta bhi nahi hilta inside parliament, but therefore all these angles are now being covered. What we are told is that first of all, the staff which was on duty over here where the frisking take place, they have been taken into questioning. Why was there no proper frisking done? This is also the problem is that very often no one is even asked to take off their shoes because your X-ray
Alright, cutting
machine
across Pallavi
only
to Lok
scans your
Sabha.
back.
एक मिनट सब आप एक मिनट प्लीज नो ओके नहीं एक मिनट प्लीज बालू जी प्लीज अपन सब वरिष्ठ सदस्य हैं सारी घटना की प्रारंभ नहीं दोष नहीं दे रहे दोष तो अपन दोष किसी को नहीं दे रहे एक मिनट दोष कोई किसी को नहीं दे रहा दोष किसी का नहीं सारी घटना की प्रारंभिक जांच चाहिए लेकिन अंतिम जांच आएगी जब मैं सदन को सारी चीज अभी अवगत करा दूंगा उस समय जो आपकी चिंता है वो पूरे सदन की चिंता है नो बालू जी आप सीनियर व्यक्ति हैं हाँ यस ये जिम्मेदारी मेरी है और मेरी जिम्मेदारी है कौन लोग आए, क्या लोग आए। नो आप क्यों डिबेट कर रहे हैं, वो विषय नहीं है। नो देखिए अपन इस विषय को ये एक मिनट प्रेमचंदन जी देखो, एक मिनट, एक सेकंड, मैं एक मिनट आपको बोलने का मौका दूंगा। एक मिनट मेरी बात सुने आप प्लीज। देखिए प्रेमचंदन जी, जो विषय आप बता रहे हैं वो विषय ऐसा वो वाला विषय नहीं है। ये मैं आपको प्रारंभिक जांच के बाद क्लियर कर दूंगा, क्योंकि सदन के पटल पर जब तक विस्तृत इंक्वायरी नहीं आ जाए, जब तक उस पर मेरी तरफ से सदन बोलने, लेकिन प्रारंभिक जांच के अंदर जो प्रारंभिक जांच आए वो दोनों लोग पकड़ लिए गए हैं, उनकी सारी सामग्री को जब्त कर लिया गया है, और जो 2 लोग बाहर थे उनको भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। एक मिनट रुको ना, अच्छा बालू जी ने जो विषय उठाया, एक मिनट में बालू जी आपके विषय को बताता हूं, एक मिनट बालू जी, एक मिनट। बालू जी ने जो विषय उठाया वह, हाँ मैं बोलने दूंगा ना, एक मिनट। बालू जी ने विषय उठाया, क्लियर कर दूं ना, एक मिनट। ये हाँ बताइए अधीर, हाँ अधीर रंजन जी बताइए, एक मिनट। हाँ बताइए अधीर रंजन जी बताइए।
सर बात ही है सर, आज ही सुबह आप जानते हैं 2001 साल में 13 दिसंबर हमारे नया पुराने जो पार्लियामेंट हमला हुई थी, आज हमला वर्ष थी, और सुबह हम लोग वो शहादत जो दिए थे हमारे ये पार्लियामेंट भवन को बचाने के लिए, वो शहीदों की स्मृति पे हम पुष्पार्घ्य भी दिए हैं, पुष्पार्पण किए हैं। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री से लेके वाइस प्रेसिडेंट आप सब हम थे, मैडम सोनिया गांधी, मल्लिका जी सब थे हम। आज ही सर इत्तेफाक से यहाँ भी हमला हुई, मानते हैं उस समय हमला एक प्रकार की थी, आज हमला दूसरी प्रकार की है, लेकिन बात तो ये है सर कि ये हमले वर्ष में इससे की घटना कैसे घटी। इसमें क्या साबित होता है कि हम जो सावधानी जो बरतना चाहिए था वो सावधानी हम नहीं बरतते हैं। दूसरी बात सर ये बात है कि देखिए, और एक आज बड़े दिलचस्पी के साथ बड़ी हिम्मत के एक कहने में अच्छा लगता है कि ये 2 शख्स को सर हमारे सारे एमपीज ने दबोच लिया, सारे हमारे एमपीज ने नीडर होकर हमारे सारे एमपीज ने उनको दबोच लिया था। और तीसरी बात यह है सर, हमारे जो पार्लियामेंट की सब सिक्योरिटी है सर, अपने जो सिक्योरिटी जो निहत्ते वो पुराने सदन को बचाने में सफल हुई थी, वो निहत्ते हमारे लोग आज कमी दिखाई दे रहे हैं सर। ये दिल्ली पुलिस कहां से आ गए, लेकिन हमारे निहत्ते जो सदन के हमारे छोटे मोटे ऑफिसर थे वो कहां गए,
विषय बताता हूं।
उनको सर खाली कर दिया
देखो,
गया।
इस पे वाद विवाद नहीं करना चाहिए, आप चिंता व्यक्त करनी चाहिए, वाद विवाद नहीं करना चाहिए। अच्छी बात है, अपन सब सीनियर व्यक्ति चिंता व्यक्त करना चाहिए, देश देखता है।
Sir, we should be more cautious. That at the entry gate, hundreds of people gather over there, and we the MPs when we enter, it becomes a very difficult situation. And these people stay from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. taking photographs, taking selfies, and nobody can guess who is MP, who is not. Sir, today's incident is very serious, and no doubt.
एक मिनट सुदीप जी, ओके ठीक, ओके सुदीप जी, ओके एक मिनट, ओके मैं एक सुनो मेरी बात, एक मिनट सुदीप जी, एक सेकंड प्लीज, एक सेकंड। सुदीप जी, जो आपने चिंता व्यक्त की है, मैं आपकी चिंताओं को, सदन के कांग्रेस दल के नेता की चिंता को, सत्ता पक्ष के लोगों की चिंता को, सबकी चिंता को समझता हूं, और इस विषय पर हम सदन के चलने के अभी 1 घंटे 2 घंटे बाद सब लोग बैठेंगे, और जो कई बार अपन ओपन हाउस में अपने सदन की चर्चा करना ठीक नहीं है, आप सबको मैं बुला रहा हूं, और आपकी सबकी चिंताओं को हम लेकर किस तरीके से और बढ़िया इंतजाम कर सकते हैं, जो आपके सुझाव हों उन सुझावों को माना जाएगा। ठीक, हाँ मैं बुलाऊंगा सबको, आपके सुझाव को मानेंगे, सबके सुझाव मानेंगे और सबके सुझाव पर अमल भी करेंगे, क्योंकि हम सब की जिम्मेदारी है। हमारे मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट के कहने से दर्शकदिगा में जाते हैं, तो उस विषय में भी बात करनी पड़ेगी कि हमें पास बनाते समय क्या क्या सावधानी बरतनी चाहिए, कैसे बरतनी चाहिए। ये सब हम सबकी चिंता का विषय है और इसीलिए मैंने आपका विषय में मैं आपने मुझे नॉलेज में डाली, मैं अभी बुलाकर बात करूंगा, अभी बुला के बात कर रहा हूं आपसे एक बार। देश में हम सब लोग देश और राष्ट्र की सेवा के लिए आए हैं और कितनी भी विपरीत परिस्थिति हो उसके बाद भी सदन चले, ये हम सब की जिम्मेदारी है। और उसके बाद हम सब उस घटना के बाद भी सदन चला था, आज भी सदन चलेगा, कोई सदनों को रोक नहीं सकता। ओके ओके प्लीज, मैं बुला रहा हूं ना आपको सुदीप जी।
सदन चलेगी, कार्रवाई चलेगी, सब कुछ चलेगा।
ओके, मैं बुलाऊंगा आपको, मैं बुला रहा हूं आपको, सबको बुला रहा हूं, सबको बुला रहा हूं, प्लीज प्लीज सबको बुला के चर्चा कर रहा हूं ना मैं सदन के अंदर। ओके, नो 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 स्मोक, मैंने स्मोक की जांच करा ली है, आपको कोई चिंता करने के विषय में सदन पे बैठा हूं, आपके सामने मैं भी सदन में बैठा हूं तो जिम्मेदारी के साथ बैठा हूं। वो मैं कल्याण जी में बुला के बात कर रहा हूं ना, कल्याण जी में इस विषय में बुला के बात कर रहा हूं ना, ठीक है। जिन मान्य सदस्यों ने आज नियम 377 के अधीन मामलों को उठाने की अनुमति प्रदान की गई है, वे अपने मामलों के अनुरोध पाठ को तुरंत व्यक्तिगत रूप से सभा पटल पर रख सकते हैं। आइटम नंबर 27A, हरदीप पुरी जी।
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce a bill further to amend the National Capital Territory of Delhi laws, special provisions, Second Amendment Act 2011, to extend validity of this act for a further period of 3 years from 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2026.
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थगित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में माननीय मंत्री जी विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
Carrying across to my colleague Arunima, who is joining us on the broadcast, giving us more details. Arunima, the members of Parliament, including the Speaker, expressing concern over what has happened. The Speaker also promised that there will be a thorough inquiry in this matter. Give us a sense of what you're picking up, please.
So the sequence of event, as we have been told after preliminary inquiry by the Parliament Security and the Delhi Police, is this. There seem to be 4 people involved, 2 separate incidents. In the first incident, the 2 managed to gain access to the visitors gallery in Lok Sabha. Pratap Simha, the Mysuru MP of the Bharatiya Janata Party, his credentials were used because the Parliament security system is that an MP will have to recommend. If you as a visitor want to come here, some MP will have to recommend. So his recommendations were utilized. Preliminary assessment seemed to be that this duo hid some kind of a spray bottle inside their shoe and they jumped off from the visitors gallery. They were sitting in gallery number 3. They jumped inside the Lok Sabha chamber. Rajendra Agarwal was in the speaker's chair at that point. Malda MP Mr. Kundu was taking the floor at that point, and the house was adjourned. These 2 opened up the spray and started spraying some kind of a yellow chemical. We don't know what that chemical was, but Mr. Beniwal, the MP from Rajasthan, tried to grab hold of him. He pushed him. So the duo were willing to fight it out, and they subsequently tried to get out of the situation when Parliament security grabbed them. While this was happening, outside on the Transport Bhavan side, which is the main entrance of the Parliament building, 2 people, Neelam and Amol, they also detonated some yellow colored smoke canister. We are not sure what this was, but prima facie it looked like the kind that you often use in Holi to really have colored smoke around you. Slogans of Tana Shahi Nahi Chalegi, Kala Kanun Nahi Chalega were heard both inside and outside. Joint interrogation of all 4 is on. 2 have been identified, but 2 who were inside, their identification has not been made public yet.
Their identification has not been made public yet. Arunima, for the benefit of our viewers, whenever an individual who's not a member of Parliament or a journalist for that matter wants to access the Parliament, what is the procedure that is involved? Can you give us a sense of that? Because that will tell us about the security protocols that exist and what has been breached.
Okay, so just watch behind me. This is the Parliament gate. You can see visitors lining up here. There is a barricade here. From here, they'll have to walk down This is the Red Cross Road where that green colored banner is. That is the Red Cross Road. So these visitors will walk down this road. On the other side, about 200 meters from here, is the main reception of the Parliament. So any visitor who wants to gain access will have to go to the main reception building, submit that letter of recommendation from a member of Parliament.
Arunima, I'll request you to just pause for a second. I'll come back to you. What is required for a pass and what are the other details? Intruder's pass has been accessed. CNN News 18 has accessed that intruder's pass. The people who use that pass that Arunima was telling us the procedure about, and pass is in the name of Sagar Sharma. Getting us this exclusive bit information is my colleague Payal Mehta, who's joining us on the broadcast and getting us more details on this entire story. Payal, over to you. Tell us more.
Well, this is a pass which was made today. This is a visitor's pass that we are able to see. This is a pass that has been accessed, where it clearly says that the pass was made today, which is the 13th of December 2023, for Sagar Sharma. It's a pass on the top of the pass. You can see it says Lok Sabha Public Viewing Gallery. That means it was made for a public to come and see the gallery. Their access was only to the gallery, and most certainly what you see on the bottom left-hand corner is that the pass was issued by the Lok Sabha Secretariat after the pass request came in from Lok Sabha Member of Parliament from BJP, the Mysore MP Pratap Singh. His name is there on the pass, so that's the confirmation now coming in. Because remember earlier we were hearing about the fact that Pratap Singh possibly got the pass issued through his office, but there was no confirmation. But this is a confirmation. This is a pass on which the accused over there had entered the Parliament. What was the motive behind it? Because you remember, Anusha, like Arunima and I have been reporting that there are people who make passes for a lot of people within their constituency. Even as we are strolling right now in Parliament, we can see a lot of school children coming to the Parliament. Everybody wants to come and see the public come and visit the Parliament, witness the proceedings from public gathering, and there are MPs who make passes for the constituency. Whether or not Pratap Singh really knew the intent, or whether or not he in person knew that accused over there, what's his intention?
Yes.
All of this will be a matter of investigation. But for now, the pass, of course, was made in the name of Pratap Singh. That's a confirmation.
All right, Pal. Thank you so much for putting that into perspective. Pallavi and Arunima continue to be with us on the broadcast. Pallavi, Arunima was briefly telling us about the procedure which is involved in obtaining a pass of this nature. Could you elaborate on that? And also, what are the kind of security checks which are followed? I believe that there is a multi-level security apparatus in place right before you enter the Parliament building.
Oh yes, absolutely, and it's got stricter and stricter and more stringent over a period of time. Now that I'm a little closer, I'll show you that this is actually where the visitors really go in from. So when they go in from here, okay, you're going to see those pictures. Ek minute. The visitors go in from here, they enter through this gate, and when they enter through this gate, you can see that big cabin over there. That is where first level of frisking takes place, which is where, you know, your bags or whatever is frisked over there. Then there's a physical frisking which takes place, which is pretty much similar to which we all go through when we go and take an inside the airport. And then you go to a main reception bench, and that is where again your picture is taken. The letter has to be shown to the staff on duty at the reception, and on the basis of that, there is one barcoded pass which is given, which Payal has put out, and that has to be scanned once again, and then you enter the premises of the Parliament building, which is like right behind me. That's the old Parliament building here. This is the new one which you can see just in front of me over here. The first is the Makar Dwar, which is of course where the MPs go in and ministers go in from, and then behind that is where the visitors go in from. So there are multiple levels of security. All of us have gone through it. For our media, the only leverage we have is that we are allowed to take our cell phones. Of course, not inside the visitors gallery or not inside the media gallery. You keep your cell phones outside, but inside the main dome, you're not allowed to take your cell phones. But inside, despite not being an MP or a minister, we are allowed to take our cell phones inside. Visitors who come in are expected to deposit their bags, which means not even a letter can go in, not even a sheaf of paper can go in, leave alone water bottles. No matter how small you are, how old you are, you're told, you're explained. In fact, when you're entering the gallery, there are those staff which stand there, we explains to you the do's and don'ts. For example, Anusha, you're not allowed to speak to each other. If you go by the rule book, you're not allowed to speak to each other when you're sitting inside the gallery. You're not even allowed to sit cross-legged for some reason. You're supposed to show the respect to the chair. That's also one reason. And you're allotted a time, maybe an hour or two, and then you're quietly told to come out. And every point where you are, there's a watch and ward staff who is actually walking round the chairs and the benches to see whether you are behaving with proper decorum. Therefore, despite anything, this will of course have to be seen as a huge security risk given the fact that 2001, forget today's date of Parliament attack anniversary, since 2001, this is one lesson which has been learned. In fact, when you go inside the Parliament, there's one huge, there's a vehicle where you have a staff sitting inside it and they have the state-of-the-art equipments, weapons with them. So that in a split of a second, and there are mock drills which are often down to ensure that no one is caught off guard. Today is a very clear instance of where they have been caught off guard, and just to give a bird's eye view of where we are standing, this is what is famously called the Transport Bhavan site. This is where the Parliament, all of us stand here, where people come in from that particular road, which is the Sansad Marg over here, to go up to this particular area. So that's a multiple level of security, and of course, not very surprisingly, it's all been beefed up over here.
All right, Pallavi, as you get us all those details, I also want to cut across to Yash. He is live with us from the Parliament Street Police Station. Yash, the details that you have.
Well, Anusha, as of now, first of all, I'll show you the visuals from this very place. Security has been beefed up entirely in this area. In fact, this is near the Parliament, so this entire lane is now being under heavy police deployment. Not only police deployment, but security personnel from CRPF have also been deployed over here. And in fact, I can tell you that those two who were detained from outside Transport Bhavan are being interrogated by the police teams inside this very police station. In fact, I also have with me Ananya, who's tracking some probe details when it comes to Delhi Police's probe in this case. Ananya, what is you picking up from the DCP of New Delhi? What details are emerging?
Well, definitely major details that have come out is that those two people have been identified who were actually caught outside the Parliament, who were creating ruckus outside the Parliament and busted a colour bomb there, and they have been brought here at the Parliament Street Police Station. We showed our viewers. Apart from that, the other two people who were inside the Parliament, no identification as of now has been happening, but definitely Delhi Police's various teams, including that of the forensics team, have been sent towards the Parliament so as to forensic analysis can also be done when it comes to those chemicals that were being used in those colour bombs. So we'll have to wait, because these are very, very initial probe details that have emerged at this point of time. Though there is no kind of a linkages that have been drawn at this point of time, it is just as initial reports suggest, they are just protesters who had tried to create ruckus.
Ananya, what we are also understanding as of now is that what the sources are indicating that this is not at all a terror attack. In fact, this is the top intel sources which are actually telling CNN News 18 as of now. In
and
fact,
as you get us all those details, Yash, Ananya, please allow me to reiterate that breaking bit of information that we are getting right now. This is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive that this is not a terror attack. Top intelligence sources say that total 4 people have been detained, all from different areas. They have grievances against the price rise and unemployment. But this is not a terror attack. Getting us this exclusive input is our investigative editor, Manoj Gupta. I'll cut across back to my colleague Anindya and Yash to get more details on this entire story. Yash, to you, you were telling us more details about what intelligence sources are indicating to us.
Well, absolutely, Anusha, and this is, we are confirming at CNN News 18 that this is not a terror attack. In fact, these 4 were from different areas, and in fact, they had grievances against the government when it comes to different issues, and that's why they were actually protesting outside and inside the Parliament. In fact, Ananya, you were also mentioning that there was some sort of some information was actually shoddy, but now what we are confirming is that this is not a terror attack.
Well, definitely it is not a terror attack. It is what also the Delhi police had shared when it comes to the initial details that said that these 4 people belong to different places. And what is very, very important to note is that they breached the three-tier security system of the Parliament. Because remember that the Parliament is a 3-tier security zone where first Delhi police is deployed in the outside, then there is another security system that is inside the main building, and another security when you enter near the visitors gallery. So how did this breach actually happen? Because there needs to be a proper pass that is made. That seems to be answered. The Delhi police is investigating into it, and the DCP New Delhi has very, very categorically confirmed to CNN News 18 that though 2 people have been identified, the 2 inside the Parliament who had jumped from the visitor gallery 3 towards these MPs and was caught by R.K. Singh Patel are to be identified yet. What was their motive? What were their against what they were protesting, and why did they do so is something that is to be identified. But the 2 people had been brought here. They might also be, since they will now be arrested, they will also be taken to the court.
All right, stay with us on the broadcast, both of you. I'll come back to you and get more details. I believe there are voices and reactions. I believe the intruder spoke to the press. Let's listen in.
करते हैं, लाठी चार्ज करके हमको अंदर डाला जाता है, टॉर्चर किया जाता है, तो हमारे पास कोई माध्यम नहीं
कोई डायरेक्ट वजह है, कोई वजह है किसी संगठन से हैं आप?
नहीं, हम किसी संगठन से नहीं है, आम जनता है, स्टूडेंट है हम, क्योंकि हम बेरोजगार हैं। हमारे माता पिता इतना काम करते हैं, मजदूर, किसान, छोटे व्यापारी, दुकानदार, लेकिन किसी की बात नहीं सुनी जाती। ये हर जगह हमारी आवाज को दबाने की कोशिश करते हैं। ये तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, तानाशाही बंद करो, तानाशाही बंद करो, तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी। भारत माता की जय।
Right, let me try and cut across to Arunima. She's with us on the broadcast to give us more details. Arunima, sorry I had to interrupt you earlier. You were pointing out to what is the security apparatus that exists, the kind of permissions that you need. We just played out that sound reaction of one of the intruders, and she was speaking about unemployment, price rise, Bharat Mata ki jai. There are also intelligence inputs that Manoj Gupta has reported and pointed out how this was not a terror attack. Prima facie, what does it seem like to you?
Yes, it looks like, after speaking to multiple people, it looks like that this group had some kind of a grievance with authorities. That grievance could have been at the local Thana level, police not listening to them. That grievance has one of those, people, Neelam, I think her name is, she mentioned about unemployment. None of them, and I think Harish is also, our colleague from Bengaluru, has managed to get us the information that the fathers of one of the youngsters who jumped inside has identified him. So they're not connected to any group, it seems. This was not a well-organized, well-planned kind of a conspiracy. They seems to be having some local level grievance for which they carried out this stunt. Publicity stunt to attract attention to whatever the grievance would be is what police is saying initially. But Speaker Om Birla on the floor of the House has said that a thorough inquiry will happen. There is a multi-agency probe that is being carried out. So Delhi Police, Parliament Security, Intelligence Bureau, the other agencies, they are all part of this probe that is being carried out, and they will try and ascertain the reason why this was done, whether the four have been connected in the last few days in any manner. How did they manage to smuggle in that spray? Outside, whatever happened may not be that much of a concern, but if you can smuggle in a chemical spray inside Lok Sabha Visitors Gallery, that is of massive concern, because it could be a biological weapon, it could have been a radioactive weapon, anything can be smuggled in this way, and that's a huge concern that the MPs have raised. Om Birla, they are assuring that steps will be taken. And as I am speaking to you, let me just show you the security bandobast as it is being tightened. More and more barricades are being wheeled towards the Parliament building. The entire area around Parliament is being completely sanitized. The visitors who want to go in have been asked to wait out, because as the house is on, I think security wants to take its own time and ascertain as to when to make it normal, when to make it business as usual for the visitors here. And these barricades are being taken towards the Transport Bhavan side where the outside attack happened.
All right, Arunima getting us all the details on that entire story. Those are the preliminary details that are emerging. My colleague Ananya and Yash were also getting us some updates about what's happening at the Parliament Street police station. Intelligence sources have told us that this does not look like a terror attack. This is something, in fact, some individuals who had some grouses and took this criminal method of voicing their concerns completely unacceptable. Let me cut across to Pallavi as well. She is with us on the broadcast, getting us more details on this entire story. Pallavi, we played out that sound reaction of one of the intruders into the parliament. She was raising slogans of Bharat Mata ki jai, talking about unemployment and price rise. She also said that she has no affiliations with any organization or any political outfit.
That's right, but I think that more and more interrogation which will take place, prima facie, whatever information we are getting either by way of Manoj Gupta, our reporters on the ground, and Arunima, it of course goes on to make, one thing is very clear, and that is something which we broke, that it is not a terror attack, definitely not. So there is a security breach which certainly has taken place, Anusha, but at least thankfully it cannot be seen as a terror attack. Two people, more investigation, more interrogation will be done. Why did they have to do it? How did they go in? How was it was it easy to get the pass and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, the business as usual in Lok Sabha, 2 bills have been taken up for consideration. So again, a messaging which is going in from the speaker himself that, you know, we have to move beyond this. Investigations, interrogations are going to take place. Whatever needs to be done has been done. The people who issued the pass, the people who frisked these 2 visitors, all of them have now been taken and they are being questioned by an intensive parliament security team, because, you know, they are also the front line people, workers there, the staff there. They are the ones who are supposed to frisk you very, very carefully. There's a body frisk actually, Anusha, which takes place through a scanner. Why did not that happen? How did it escape? I think now they're going to expect to be more alert. But more than that, Anusha, I think now they're going to be more and more stringent about whether they're even going to allow visitors inside the visitors gallery, and the strict do's and don'ts, which very often have not been implemented, is now also going to be implemented.
All right, Pallavi getting us all those details. Arunima reporting from the ground. My colleague Yash and Ananya also getting us a sense about what the police inquiry really is telling us. We'll continue getting you 360 view of this entire incident that has unfolded. For now, playing out some more reactions on the story.
ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है। बहुत ही टाइट सिक्योरिटी के बाद भी इस तरह की घटना हो जाए तो ये दुखद है, क्योंकि ये तो और कुछ भी बहुत हो सकता था। पहले ऐसा होता था कि ऊपर गैलरी में भी हर रो में सिविल ड्रेस में सिक्योरिटी के लोग रहते थे। अगर कोई हिलने की कोशिश करता था वहीं पकड़ लेता। अब कोई अपॉइंटमेंट ही नहीं हो रहे नए, जो हैं सो भी निकाले जा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ भी अगर भर्ती पूरी नहीं होगी, यहाँ भी सिक्योरिटी के लोग नहीं होंगे, तो ऐसी घटनाएं होने की आशंका बनी रहेगी।
देखिए, लोकसभा में जिस समय 0 आवर चल रहा था, उसमें विजिटर्स गैलरी से मैंने 2 युवाओं को नीचे कूदते हुए देखा। पहले वो लटकने के बाद कोई एक के बाद एक करे, कुछ नारेबाजी कर रहे थे। नारेबाजी सुनाई नहीं क्योंकि माइक चल रहा था उसमें पार्लियामेंट का, लोकसभा का। उसके बाद जैसे हमारे एमपीज लोग उसको तरफ दौड़े, क्योंकि वो पीछे से कूदने के बाद बेंचों को वो करके फांद करके उनको जंप करता हुआ आगे आ रहा था। तो बीच में खैर वो पकड़ा गया। एक दूसरा जो था वो पीछे का पकड़ा गया। हमारे एमपीज ने उसको पकड़ा दौड़ करके, जो वहाँ आसपास के हमारे एमपीज थे। बाद में सुरक्षा के लोग, सुरक्षाकर्मी भी वहाँ पर आए, और जैसे उसको पकड़ा उसके बाद उसने तुरंत जो है गैस छोड़ी है। एक जो है येलो कलर की गैस थी। दूसरे वाले जो पीछे था उसने भी गैस छोड़ी है। एक बहुत बड़े सुरक्षा का हमारी एक चूक आज हुई है। इसका पूरी जाँच होना चाहिए, ज्वाइंट टीम बनना चाहिए। यहाँ की हमारे सुरक्षा जो कर्मी है उनका भी है, दिल्ली पुलिस है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसी, सबको मिलकर के इसकी जाँच करना चाहिए।
हम लोग अपनी बात रख रहे थे, अचानक गैलरी के अंदर से 2 आदमी कूद आए। कूदने के बाद उन्होंने अपने जूते में से कोई चीज निकाली, जिससे पूरी पार्लियामेंट के अंदर गैस फैलना शुरू हो गई। हमें शुबा ये है कि क्या ये कोई टॉक्सिक गैस तो नहीं है, कोई नुकसान तो आगे सांसदों को नहीं होगा, खुदा करे ना हो। लेकिन जितना बड़ा सिक्योरिटी लैप्स हुआ है आज, जूते में तो कोई छोटा बम भी ला सकता था।
क्या वो विजिटर्स गैलरी में बैठे?
विजिटर गैलरी में से कूदे थे। तो अगर इस तरह से लैप्स होंगे तो पार्लियामेंट क्या हमारी सेफ है, ये हमें सोचना पड़ेगा। उनको पकड़ लिया है, सांसदों नहीं पकड़ा, और मेरे ख्याल से वो 30-35 साल के लोग होंगे, लड़के हैं।
माननीय सांसद जो थे तुरंत उन्होंने भी घेरा, उसको पकड़ा। तब तक उन्होंने जूता के अंदर से कुछ निकाल करके वो गैस जो होता है कलरफुल धुआं छोड़ने लगा। कोई डेंजरस कुछ नहीं था, लेकिन चिंता के विषय ऐसा सामग्री लेके अंदर आ गए, ये चिंता की विषय है। ऐसा ना हो इसलिए सतर्क रहना पड़ेगा, सबको टेस्ट करना पड़ेगा। तो कोई जस्ट न्यूज बनने के लिए, कोई दृष्टि आकर्षण करने के लिए उसे किए थे, देखने से लगा। बाकी दोनों को पकड़ के मार्शल ले गए बाहर। आते तो कोई भी आए थे डॉक्यूमेंट देके, लेकिन ये जो सामग्री कैसे लेके आ गए जूता के अंदर से, ये भी सोचने का विषय है कि आगे इस प्रकार चेकिंग होनी चाहिए। मेटल डिटेक्टर से ऐसा कोई भी चीज हो जो पकड़ा जाए, और नहीं तो फिर चिंता के विषय। जहां फोन भी नाले नहीं देते हैं, तो इस प्रकार सामान आ गया, ये बड़ी चिंता का विषय है।
So what exactly really happened in Lok Sabha today?
2 persons from gallery climbed down and they raised some slogans. And suddenly all other members and security have catched them and taken away.
What were the slogans that was raised by them?
Not much clear, but something like Kala Kanun Bapas law, like that.
They tried to throw the canister, they opened...
They're not thrown, they just burnt. And in between, they captured by members and security people.
Was there security present? Because Congress party is claiming that inside also the MPs were only...
Yeah, MPs only captured them, then security person arrived.
It was a man and a woman?
No, two men.
Two men it was. And when you talk about security, today is the day when Parliament was attacked.
Yeah, it's a security fault, completely.
You think it's a big security?
Completely. Otherwise, how can enter with that material?
The visitors gallery, when someone has to visit, they have to get a signature from the MP. Has anything been clear who has given the signature or anything?
That you have to check and inquire.
All right, I'll cut across to my colleague Yash, who's with us on the broadcast. Yash, the special police cell is on the spot right now. Could you give us more details? What exactly is happening?
Well, Anusha, as of now, what we're understanding is that the ambit of this entire investigation is being stretched to different police teams. In fact, special cell officers have also reached the Parliament Street police station over here. And in fact, earlier we have reported that two of the accused have been nabbed, and in fact they've been brought to this very police station, and in fact interrogation is underway. What we're also understanding is that not only these officials from the special cell are here, but also at the spot where this entire incident happened. In fact, there are two spots, if we can say. One is outside the Parliament House, in fact outside the Transport Bhavan premises, and in fact the other one is inside the Parliament. In fact, so the ambit of this entire investigation is being actually taken to a different level, where all the agencies, a multi-agency probe is currently underway. One thing which CNN News 18 has categorically stated that this is not a terror attack. In fact, there were certain grievances due to which these people were protesting. In fact, Ananya is also with me. Ananya, you broke earlier that special cell teams are on the spot. What more you can tell us?
Well, definitely the special cell teams have also not only reached here but also were sent to the Parliament. This is what we have been told by our sources, top sources. Not only this, we just saw a special cell team going in. So definitely the ambit of the probe has now increased, and the initial probe has already indicated that there are a total of 4 people. 2 were inside and 2 were subsequent timing was very, very subsequent in nature. Though there have been no relation that have been coincided with of this 4 of these people. Initial investigation is still underway. We just spoke to DCP New Delhi. It was confirmed that those inside the Parliament we have not yet been able to understand their identifications. But at this point of time, the ambit of the probe has been increased, and top officers of the Delhi police have also been going to the Parliament to check and see as to what is there. Forensic teams will also be reaching the Parliament to check all those chemicals that were there in those smoke bombs. So definitely the ambit has now been increased, but we'll have to wait for an official version of the Delhi police to come out with regards to a detailed investigation that needs to be done, because it's just happened a few hours ago and the Delhi police is all swung into action. Special cell teams coming here is something that is a very, very crucial aspect. They are experts at interrogation. They are experts at deciphering codex, and so they'll be looking into all the angles. Though the terror angle, CNN News 18 has been categorically informing that this is no kind of a terror attack, but this is one of the major breaches when it comes to the Parliament of India, one of the most secure places, 3-tier of security being breached. So we'll have to wait how things have panned out and about what is actually has happened.
Well, absolutely. It's a big breach which has taken place today at the Parliament. Yes, in fact, it is not a terror attack. This is what we are reporting. But there needs to be a proper probe in this matter. In fact, we just heard from the Speaker of the House, Mr. Om Birla, who also categorically said that investigation has been done. And in fact, all the questions of the parliamentarians will be answered within the Parliament. Back to you, Anusha.
All right, all the questions will be answered to the parliamentarians. This is something that all the parties spoke of just some time ago to Speaker Om Birla as well. And the Speaker assured everyone that a proper inquiry would be conducted. The House stands united in this particular moment when that security protocol has been breached, and a very, very serious breach that has happened. And the moment, the timing is not lost in this entire matter. We'll continue tracking the story, continue to get you a 360-degree view of all the voices, the details of the investigation emerging. For now, slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned, stay with us.
Brought to you. News now, there seems to be a security breach in the Lok Sabha, ladies and gentlemen, where a person has jumped from the visitors
gallery of the Lok Sabha. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. We'll try to get some more details, but what we are learning is that there seems to have been a security breach in the Lok Sabha where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. That's the latest that's coming in from Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. That's a big piece of breaking news where there seems to have been a security breach in the lower house of Parliament where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. We'll try to get some more details when it comes to what has happened inside Parliament, but what we are learning is that a person seems to have jumped from the visitors gallery. This is a huge security breach in the Lok Sabha, and also we've got access to those visuals. We'll play them out very soon for you. There seems to have been a security breach in the Lok Sabha where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. This is a huge piece of news that's coming in where the breach has also been caught on camera where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery in the Lok Sabha. That's the piece of news that's coming in. Those visuals will get you very soon, ladies and gentlemen, where a massive security breach has now been reported from the lower house of Parliament where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. Remember, the visitors gallery open to members of the public, but they go through a massive security vetting when it comes to entering the lower house of Parliament. Now what we are learning is that a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. Those visuals on your screen where it seems that a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. A massive security breach, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the proceedings inside the house. Those visuals on your screen where it seems you can see the person just jumping from the benches, jumping from the visitors gallery, then jumping across the benches. Those visuals on your screen where the person, as you can see, the security officials are also trying to chase him down, to corner him and to contain him and to restrain him as the person is jumping across the benches. A massive security breach inside Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Those dramatic visuals on your screen, you can see the person jumping from the visitors gallery and then just jumping across those benches, and as he is being cornered by those security officials. I'm joined by my colleague Payal Mehta on the broadcast, who's getting us this piece of breaking news. Payal, give us the details.
Well, I'm going to just tell you some details, and I'm joined by a member of Parliament from the YSR Congress, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, who was there on the floor of the House, and we'll ask him what really happened. Sir, what really happened?
Two youths, they jumped from the gallery into the hall, into the house. So they have lit two crackers. They were around 15 centimeters length, and they were yellow in color. It was throwing out huge fumes. We were terrified that it could be some poisonous gas, and we were also terrified that it could be some bomb. So immediately our colleague members of Parliament and the security people overpowered them, and both the people were dragged out of the house.
Any idea? Was it shouting out any slogans? Did they shout slogans against?
Yeah, they were shouting, but we could not. It was not clear for us. So we were all concentrating on the thing in their hand. We thought they were trying to throw it at some person, and one short fellow, he was trying to go to the speaker. So immediately some Lok Sabha member, he was a Sikh, he immediately overpowered him, and he was dragged outside.
Is this something like this that one has seen for the longest in Parliament? Because I don't remember seeing anything like this in Parliament ever.
No, I have never seen, we have never heard, and this is very serious security breach, and even people who we get, they don't allow anything. But
that person was trying to hide something in his shoe.
Yeah,
Is that something which happened?
Maybe he has taken one matchstick from the shoe and then he lit the cracker.
All right, Ayushman, an eyewitness speaking to us, telling us what really happened. It's a major breach. Never in the history of Parliament. Because, Ayushman, whenever we also enter Parliament, we are thoroughly checked. Everything is checked. All our equipment are checked. Even, officials are not even allowed to carry their chargers and their mobile chargers with them.
All right, a huge Parliament security breach that has been reported. 4 people, 2 instances, smoke in Lok Sabha. This is a big security breach that has been reported. The intruders have been taken into custody by the Delhi police and the special police, which is looking into the matter. The special cell is looking into the matter. Preliminary details of the investigation are out. Also, there's an audio bite from one of the intruders that we just played out some time ago, where she's heard saying about unemployment, price rise, certain repressive laws of the government, and she goes on to chant Bharat Mata Ki Jai. The intelligence sources also indicate that this is not a terror attack of any nature, but a serious security breach that has happened. My colleagues Shirin, Elizabeth, Pallavi and Arunima are with us on the broadcast. Shirin, first to you, the latest details that you have.
Well, there were 4 people who have in fact been detained following the attack that has in fact happened inside. Now, one of the detainers, the protesters, is named Neelam, and she in fact goes on to say, she herself in fact says that her name is Neelam, and the reason why they have in fact did this particular stunt inside the house is because they are unemployed because of the price rise. They also in fact goes on to say that whenever they try to protest, there are lathi charges on them. So this was the only way through which they can put out their message. So this is one of the detainers. Of course, there is investigation that is going on. We'll get to know more detail as to what exactly was the plan and why this particular day itself was chose by these protesters who were gathered inside the house, how they got inside, under whose name was the pass given to these protesters. All these details will be asked. But a number of eyewitnesses were here at Vijay Chowk. That includes the MPs from Congress as well, who have in fact questioned the government over the security breach, and they in fact went on to say that we don't know really if that it in fact was a chemical or whatever that came, the fume came out of the canister. We have to of course see it gone into some of the MPs' eyes as well. So it is in fact very dangerous is what a number of the MPs have been saying. They also have been saying that there needs to be a proper statement that needs to come on this incident. What was it, just a publicity stunt? Was it really a planned attack? A detailed statement is something that is being demanded by the Congress party at this moment.
All right, I'll also try and get more details from my other colleagues Arunima and Pallavi, who are with us on the broadcast. Shireen Elizabeth reporting on the story. Let me see if we can cut across to the breaking bit of development that we're getting right now. And various voices and statements are coming in. Congress MP K.C. Venugopal has posted on platform X, the infiltration in Lok Sabha is extremely troubling, especially on the anniversary of 2001 Parliament attack. I'm glad that there was no major injury or damage done to anyone. Parliament is among the high security buildings of our country. Such a major security lapse is unacceptable. We demand answers from the Home Ministry, and there must be a thorough review of the security arrangements. That's what Mr. K.C. Venugopal has said. Pallavi, all the political parties are unanimous on this particular issue, that this is a security breach, no political blame game, but yes, accountability must be sought.
Well, I mean, a security breach touches upon all members of parliament, and all of them are very responsible, and they do understand the gravity of the situation. And, you know, for example, Rahul Gandhi was very much there inside Lok Sabha today. The Prime Minister and Home Minister were, of course, away, but there were senior MPs cutting across party lines. All of them were inside Lok Sabha. It was question asked, or relatively much more quieter, less amount of crowd there, but the staff is there, the Speaker's chair was occupied, and therefore this is a security breach. I mean, God forbid, worse could have happened. The fact that ease with which the two protesters could easily jump down from the visitors gallery and also take out that color bomb and throw it, and smoke fills up the entire Lok Sabha, just goes on to show how serious that gets. So for now, very nuanced, mature reactions coming in from political parties. Congress party, of course, is questioning the security breach. K.C. Venugopal asked that, you know, there should be a review of the security arrangements, which I'm sure is going to take place. Apart from that, of course, Trinamool Congress also has issued a detailed statement that the Home Minister also must come out and give out a response as to what really happened. Why was it so easy for two of these visitors to get in with this particular color bomb and also throw it and also jump down? What if there was not an alert MP or a watch and watch staff inside the Lok Sabha who did stop it? What if there was actually an attempt being made on any member of parliament? How serious can they get? Because parliament, Anusha, is considered to be the safest territory. Multiple levels of checking happens, and no matter what one says, we'll have to wait for that dissection later. But the fact is that this, of course, has been a serious security breach.
A serious security breach that has happened. Pallavi, it does bring back memory of the last time the attack on Parliament happened, and yes, that was a terror attack. This intelligence sources indicate is not a terror attack, but this particular intrusion on the floor of the House does touch upon a raw nerve.
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean, many of us who were covering Parliament way back when that Parliament attack happened, we saw the ease with which it was actually able to go inside the Parliament. You know, in the case of Parliament attack, the vehicles went inside, the people could go in so easily. You know, normally now when the Parliament is in session, Section 144 is in place, which means areas around Vijay Chowk, all of them are limited. There are barricades, there are ropes which are put out where you cannot go beyond it. You're supposed to be within your limited area. And this is the new entry point for the Makar Dwar, which you can see right in front of me. That's a new Parliament building. Just next to it is, of course, the old Parliament building, and then right next to it is actually where the the visitors go in from. That's the Parliament Annexy side. So where you go in there, you make your passes. All these areas are not a free-for-all area. They are not thoroughfare. People cannot walk in randomly as they want. Of course, now there is more beefed-up security, but there are barricades there also as well, Anusha, which I can show you through a sunset mark, which is reaching up to this side of the Parliament. So, it's not like anyone can walk in here and freely. That's the kind of security check which really happens. We in the media who take in our equipment on the days when we would go in, every equipment of ours used to be frisked, it used to be checked, batteries taken out. All our VJs who are with us will bear testimony to that it's a very long, drawn-out, stringent process. Our bags which we take in, I remember my water bottles used to be taken out, our phones used to be asked to be switch on and switch off to ensure that there's no security threat. Very much similar to what we do when we take aboard a flight.
Absolutely.
That's as stringent as it can get, and as I've been reporting, of late they've begun this whole RF tag. It's biometric now, your thumb impression, your Aadhaar card details, all of that has to be there. Same principle usually applies in the case of a visitor's gallery, even more so, because those are those people who don't have the experience of going inside Parliament, and therefore it is completely inexplainable as to how easily the two of them, and I showed you those pictures of the big white yellow cylinder, how it was easy for them to take it inside, hide it in their shoe and actually throw it from the top, jump down.
Yep, absolutely. Pallavi, as you get us the memories, the bad memories of the earlier Parliament terror attack and the present intrusion that has happened, it does touch upon the raw nerve and brings in those bad memories. We'll continue tracking the story. We'll continue getting you all the voices here. The intruders who caused mayhem on the floor of the House, fortunately nobody is hurt. Inquiry is underway. Seems like it was not a terror attack, but more details awaited. Slipping into a very short break for now.
Of security that you really have around Parliament. This is very, very shocking for everybody who has seen it, and of course the YSR MP who was there on the floor of the House telling us the first-hand witness over there.
Absolutely. Let's recap for our viewers what we've learned so far, ladies and gentlemen. Two youth jumped from the visitors gallery. They burst crackers. They sprayed something inside on the floor of the House. Yellow fumes came out and they were shouting slogans, but we are not aware of what slogans they were shouting inside Parliament. That is the big piece of breaking news that's coming in. Those visuals on your screen, these were two youth who jumped from the visitors gallery. There was a massive security breach. They burst crackers, they sprayed some yellow fumes and they were shouting slogans, and we don't know what slogans they were shouting. Payal was speaking to the YSRCP MP over there. They were saying that there was such a racket inside the floor of the House that they were unaware of what they were shouting. But as you can see in those visuals, ladies and gentlemen, they are jumping across the tables. These are two youth who jumped from the visitors gallery. Remember, as my colleague Payal is also pointing out, a lot of vetting goes through when it comes to allowing people into the visitors gallery, but not just the fact that these two youth jumped from the visitors gallery, they were carrying firecrackers as well as sprays. They sprayed yellow fumes inside Parliament on the floor of the House and they were shouting slogans. I'm joined by my colleague Anvit Srivastava, who's getting us more details when it comes to this major security breach inside Parliament. Anvit, over to you.
Yes, the initial that we are getting from the police is the police are saying that the elements that have been used inside the Parliament is said to be the color bomb that is usually used on Holi. This is what the police are saying. Those officers who are on spot and they have conveyed it to senior officials that it has been found that these were color bombs that have been used inside the Parliament. But the police are saying that they are still to verify whether it was only color bombs and what was the intention behind it. Because police are saying that as far as initial investigation is concerned, they have only found color bombs here, which are usually used on Holi festival. But there are senior officials at spot. Some persons have also been detained, and police are trying to find out what are these bombs actually, whether or not, because it is also being said that a matchstick was used to fire them. So how did these things get inside? That will also come into the picture. But initial point is to find out if anyone has been, if any injury has been sustained by anyone. First of all, then what was the object used? Police are saying that it could be in all possibility just the color bombs, and also police will rule out all other dangers that could be. And so the police force has been moved towards the parliament. The security men who were there on the cordon and also on the inside are at the spot right now. The spot is being inspected in detail, and police will come out with more details. But initial, the duty of the police would here be to cordon the entire area and to find out exactly what elements were used and whether or not any other person has sustained any injury. Eventually, a case will also be registered if need be, and if anything dangerous is found. Because even if it was a color bomb and a matchstick was used to light it, Explosive Act will be enforced here, and those who have been, those who have been detained, their roles will be further examined, and then initially the police action will be initiated, or the FIR, whatever the legal action will be required, that will be done. But the police senior officers that are on the spot, they are telling right now that the primary focus is to find out if anyone has sustained injury and what was these holy bombs that the police are saying that had been used inside the parliament, and how big is the security breach that has been.
News now, there seems to be a security breach in the Lok Sabha, ladies and gentlemen, where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery of the Lok Sabha. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. We'll try to get some more details, but what we are learning is that there seems to have been a security breach in the Lok Sabha where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. That's the latest that's coming in from Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. That's a big piece of breaking news where there seems to have been a security breach in the lower house of Parliament where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery.
ये देश के लिए अच्छा संदेश नहीं होगा। मेरा अनुरोध है माननीय लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन से, इंक्वायरी चल रही है, इंक्वायरी के लिए वेट करना चाहिए हमने, और सदन की कार्रवाई को सुचारू रूप से चालू रखना।
लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन, बाकी बैठिए। You see, 1 second. It is an issue where we should deliberate in all seriousness and in a composed atmosphere. Leader of the House has said something. It is not necessary for everyone to subscribe to it. There can be other point of view.
Sir, देखो, मैं इस
Sir, if leader of the opposition is on legs and you still wish to speak,
Sir, इस सदन के
I would appeal to the honorable members. Let us show minimum regard to rules. If leader of the opposition is on his legs, let him alone respond.
Sir,
I fully believe in his wisdom. No one can question his credentials. So let us hear him in rapt attention, and then I will seek response of the treasury benches also. Please, sir.
Sir, इस सदन के नेता ने कहा कि ये बहुत गंभीर मामला है और अपोजिशन के लोग देश के लिए यहाँ जिन लोगों का पहले जो शहीद हुए थे उनको तो श्रद्धांजलि सब मिलके ही किए, और देश के यूनिटी के लिए और देश के हिफाजत के लिए हम हमेशा तैयार हैं, और हमारे लोग जितना सैक्रिफाइस किए तुम्हारे पास एक चूहा भी नहीं।
सर, 130 करोड़ लोग तैयार हैं।
सुने,
There is no soul in the country who is not ready.
ये हमको सिखाते हैं,
130 करोड़ जनता तैयार है इसके लिए।
सिखाते हैं देशभक्ति, ये हमको सिखाते हैं देशभक्ति। ये तो देश के विरोधी लोग हैं।
No, sir. Nothing will go on record now, sir. Nothing will go on record. Nothing will go on record. I now call upon Sri B. Linga Yadav. Please resume your address. Please resume your address.
Sir, the Central Universities Amendment Bill.
And the big story that we continue to track here on CNN News 18 is that security breach that took place during the 0 hour in the Parliament just a short while ago. Let's go straight to our colleagues. Pallavi is already joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, just for the benefit of our viewers, trace the sequence of events for us. Help us understand what really happened on the floor of the House. How many people have been detained so far?
Okay, now it's a little bit more calmer outside. I mean, we had seen a barricading which had taken place and people were being stopped to going in. I think the messaging which is also going in is that we have to carry on with the business and the investigation and interrogation is going on. The entire procedure has almost been completed. The security staff who were there when they frisked the visitors who were going in, they are also being questioned. They are also being asked where the loophole was. Apart from that, we just saw the forensic team and we sent you those pictures who just left with the remnants of that yellow kind of a cylinder which is now being called the color bomb. Remnants of that, that's the entire thing which is now going to be investigated. And this entire area is almost now much calmer, quieter. Inside the parliament, of course, it's business as usual. Bills have been taken up for consideration of passage in the Lok Sabha. But the side-by-side questions have already begun to be raised. I mean, just a short while back, we had the leader of the House in Rajya Sabha, Mr. Piyush Goyal, accusing the opposition of doing politics over it. But the fact remains is there's no denying the fact that this was actually a security breach. There are multiple tiers and levels of when that frisking or that checking takes place. In such a situation, how is it that two people could get in with an object which, I mean, you're not being allowed to take anything inside. It was easy for them to take in and also jump down. So these are going to be a multiple level of investigations, but something which we have been reporting about, and thankfully this is not a terror attack. We heard one of the ladies, for example, crying and making the point that, I am suffering, they don't even let us speak. So I think obviously they're going to be questioned now, and then we are going to get some more and more details about what further action needs to be taken against them, because they've also violated all the norms. For now, we can say all visitors' passes are going to be stopped and have been stopped with immediate effect. So no visitors are going to be allowed inside the visitors' gallery.
Pallavi, we'll just request you to stay on with us, and that's the update that we're getting to you, where we're now understanding in the backdrop of the security breach that has been reported, the immediate step that has been taken is that the Parliament has stopped all visitor passes with immediate effect, which means no more issuance of visitor passes till the time the authorities figure out what really happened today. But as Pallavi was also reporting for us, things now are getting more calmer. Authorities are on the ground. You have police teams on the ground. Security also has been beefed up in the backdrop of the Parliament security breach. But the big questions that remain is that you have multiple layers of security for anyone who tries to get in. You have metal detectors that are part of this security. You have frisking at the main gate that takes place. You have another frisking that takes place at the entry of the Parliament building. Despite all of this, how did this breach even happen? But first, let's bring in our colleague Payal, who is joining us on the broadcast. So Payal, we're understanding no more visitor passes, in fact, will be issued. Do we have a timeline till when this decision that has been taken will be implemented? Till what time?
Well, of course, the security will take note of how to resume the passes when it resumes. But as of now, they've decided to cancel all passes with immediate effect. Because remember, passes are made for not just visitors who are coming into the gallery, but passes are made at multiple levels. For example, some visiting journalists also get passes made. There are ministers who get passes made for people who are coming to them for meetings. So all of these passes have been stopped with immediate effect, because obviously the security wants to take into account the entire detailing, given the fact that somebody is able to move into Parliament with these prayers. That is something which is considered to be a deep breach of security. Multiple meetings are taking place in Parliament right now as we speak on the security aspect of this. And like our colleagues have reported, that top officers of the Delhi police and of course the CRPF, it's also a guiding force and a force which protects the Parliament premises. They are all in a meeting right now. We'll have to just wait for further updates, but as of now, nobody wants to take any chances. And even though the fact that there was, of course, a COVID restriction in place, and for the longest, the Parliament was not issuing visitor passes, and restricted passes are also being issued for media. So a lot of clampdown is happening right now, keeping in view the security of the premises.
Okay. Payal, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. There's some other updates coming in. Let's go to that as well. More details are now emerging of who are these people who in fact have been arrested. So now we're understanding one of the youngsters who in fact was arrested in the Parliament has now been identified as Manoranjan, son of Devraj. His father has also identified him looking at the visuals that are currently running across various TV screens. What we're also now understanding, he in fact is a resident of Mysore, and what the family has now been able to tell us is
that he in fact had left 3 days back, saying that he's going to Bengaluru, which of course hasn't happened because he's been arrested from here, the national capital. Let's go straight to our colleague Harish Upadhyay, who in fact is getting us those details. So Harish, help us understand, what has the family managed to tell you? What have they said as to what he had told the family where he was going? I believe he told the family he was going to Bengaluru, but ended up somehow being in the national capital.
Absolutely. The family right now saying that they were not aware of the activities of Manoranjan. In fact, he had left to Bengaluru 3 days back. And the family also saying that he had finished his engineering in 2015. After that, he was not working anywhere, but was frequently traveling to Bengaluru and Delhi and wanted to be in social service, as what the family says. And they're also saying that he's somebody who doesn't have any links to political parties or organizations. The family is also saying that they're shocked that he's carried out such an act inside Parliament, and they did not even get any hint about him trying to collaborate or coordinate with anybody else to carry out this attack. In fact, the family right now saying that they were insisting that he take care of the farmland that they own. It's a well-to-do family from Mysuru, but still, the family claims he was always looking at doing something good for the society and saying that he wanted to do something about unemployment, and he was traveling constantly to Bengaluru and Delhi as well multiple times. And he's got a pass from the Mysuru MP, Mr. Pratap Simha, and the family too right now shocked.
Okay, Harish, we leave the conversation there. Keep getting us those voices and keep a close eye on all those developments. Let's also bring you some other updates that are coming in from here, the national capital. In the backdrop of the security breach that has been reported, we are now understanding all parties, in fact, have been called to be briefed on the security lapse. That's the update that's coming in. We'll try and go across to Pallavi in just a bit. Pallavi, I believe, is now joining us. Pallavi, what are the details that you're picking up? Do we have a time when the briefing for the parties will happen?
That's right. So what we are now picking up from the Speaker's office is that at 4 p.m. all the floor leaders have been called to his office, and this is on the security breach issue. Essentially, what have been the updates? How did it happen? What kind of checks and balances are in place? What is going to be the procedure in future? All of that is something where the floor leaders are going to be briefed. Remember, while most political parties are being very, very careful in their response, we had K.C. Venugopal, we had Priyanka Chaturvedi of all political parties actually questioning the kind of security arrangements, also saying that this needs to be beefed up, and also this was a security lapse, and how did it really happen? All of these updates will be given to our floor leaders. I think the point which is being made is that this is a situation in which all heads need to be together. No amount of risk factor can be allowed, and what happened really today is something which is unacceptable. So at 4 p.m. that meeting is going to take place at the Speaker's chamber, where all the floor leaders of all the political parties have been called in.
Pallavi, just for the benefit of our viewers, because you were reporting a short while ago that as of now, the authorities on the ground do not want to take any risks. So all visitor passes have also been suspended. We don't know till when this is going to take place. But the bigger question is, what is the entire process that is followed when a visitor pass in fact is issued? If you could just help our viewers understand that.
Yes, very quickly and briefly, there is a form which you're supposed to fill up, and the form is essentially about the date and time when you want to go. Different times are allotted for the visitors to go in and sit in the visitors gallery, and normally that letter has to be signed by a party officer, actually a member of parliament. And we find is routinely MPs, because they want to reach out to their members in their constituency, do allow and do sign these forms. So once that form is signed, someone from the MP's office or even someone like me can walk up to the reception. But before you enter that building, there is one first level of frisking. After that, you walk up to a reception table. You show them this form which has been signed. It is cross-checked. Your details are taken. A picture of yours is clicked. And then you are given a barcoded pass, the picture which has been put out by Payal. And then again, you are frisked where you have to scan this barcoded pass. And then, of course, you are escorted inside the visitors gallery. At every point, there is a staff there to tell you the way, because most of these visitors may not even know the way up to the visitors gallery. So at every point they are actually escorted, and before they enter the gallery they are given a briefing on the do's and don'ts, like you cannot throw papers, you cannot drink water, you cannot talk to each other. That's the brief procedure and the protocol which is followed.
Pallavi, we'll just request you to stay on with us. Our colleague Aman also getting us a conversation with Loket Chatterjee. Let's play that out.
Suddenly people started jumping from the gallery into the house where the 0 hour was taking place, Lok Sabha, and they started shouting some slogans. Then we realized that they are outsiders, visitors, they are not members of the Lok Sabha. And then they took out something from their shoes. We thought weapons, but later on it proved that they are canisters and which were open, unplugged, and yellow gas filled up the house. So the house was adjourned, but we demand the discussion, and this is a serious lapse of security, not only for the people inside, that is the members of the Lok Sabha, but I think it's a serious breach of security for the nation. It is deplorable. The government is accountable. They should come out and say how it happened, why it happened. How could these people get inside?
Because there's multi-tier security here, you're frisked at 2 to 3 levels.
There is nothing, it is rubbish. There is no security. Otherwise, how these people got in? More than one? Not only one, more than one people got in. And they were shouting slogans. They jumped up from the gallery into where the Lok Sabha members are sitting. So this is total lack of security. It is unacceptable. It is the ministers, the serious ministers, they were not there. I mean, they didn't even come, and they are not accountable. They are just busy with their propaganda machinery for elections. That's what I feel.
Right, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Multiple reactions there coming in, but let's just give you a sequence of events of what really happened in the parliament a few hours ago. You had two men jumping from the visitors' galley. At that time, you had one man leaping across the desk. The second man then used these color bombs on the floor of the house. Both intruders raised slogans against the government. Both intruders were then overpowered by the Lok Sabha MPs. Post that, you had the intruders who in fact were handed over to the security of the parliament. More details now emerging in terms of what is the kind of explosive equipment, etc. that these intruders had. Outside also you had two other people who now have in fact been detained. The people who were outside in fact had detonating color bombs outside parliament. Visitor passes also recovered from these intruders. As we pointed out, intruders who were inside as well as outside now have been detained by the Delhi police. But big questions still remain in terms of what is the kind of security that is followed if that's the kind of breach that can happen on the floor of the house. Because as we pointed out, there are multiple layers of security that one has to go through if you're entering the parliament. Let's bring you some other reactions now. One of the accused who was held by the police outside the parliament continued to shout slogans even as he was being detained. Let's take a look.
क्यों नारेबाजी कर रही हैं आप? तानाशाही बंद करो।
जय भारत, संविधान बचाओ।
क्या नाम है आपका? क्यों नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं आप लोग?
अत्याचार नहीं चलेगा, महिलाओं पे अत्याचार नहीं चलेगा। तानाशाही बंद करो, तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी।
क्या मामला है? कल कौन सा पटाखा है भाई?
एक्चुअली आप लोकसभा गैलरी में थे, क्या हुआ उस समय? जिस समय मैं गैलरी में थी, शून्य काल का प्रश्न काल का टाइम चल रहा था। उसी वक्त क्या हुआ, मैंने देखा सामने की गैलरी से जो बिल्कुल स्पीकर के बिल्कुल सामने वाला जो गेस्ट वाला जो था, वहां से एक आदमी नीचे कूदता है और लगातार जंप मारता लास्ट वाले बेंच तक आता है। यानी कि 3 बेंच छोड़कर इतने में बेनीवाल के बेंच पर जैसे ही वो पहुंचता है, इतने बेनीवाल जी उसको पकड़ लेते हैं। वो जूते में से अपना एक कलर निकालता है जो येलो कलर का होता है और वो पूरा स्प्रे हो जाता है। उसमें स्मेल भी बहुत जबरदस्त होती है और वो उसको बोलता है बेनीवाल जी को कि ऐसा है, आप मुझे क्यों मार रहे हैं? मैं तो देशभक्त हूँ और मैं यहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट करने आया हूँ। इतने में जब वो इतना बोला तो इतने में सेकंड बंदा कूदता है और वो नीचे कूदता है। उतने में थर्ड आदमी उसको हाथ देने के लिए जैसे ऊपर करता है, लेकिन इतने में आकर अमृतसर के जो अपना MP हैं जी सिंह ओझला जी, वो उसको पकड़ लेते हैं। इतने में वो जूते में से फिर अपने 2 कलर्स निकालता है और दोनों कलर्स के अंदर बहुत गंदी स्मेल होती है और वो पूरे का पूरा वहाँ धुआं हो जाता है। धुआं होते यानी कि इनके पकड़ने का वो बोलता है कि यहाँ पे तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी। वो ये वाला प्रोटेस्ट करता है, हम देशभक्त हैं और इस संविधान को खत्म नहीं होने देंगे। ये कहते हुए इतने में सब लोग वहाँ आ जाते हैं और उसको प्रोटेस्ट पकड़ते हुए सब लोग बाहर।
Joined by BJP MP Rajendra Agrawal ji, who in fact was in the chair when this incident happened. Agrawal ji, क्या देखा आपने, क्या हुआ?
एक लड़का नीचे हाउस के अंदर आया, मुझको लगा कि वो गिर गया है, तो हलचल से हुई, लेकिन तभी एक देखा दूसरा जो लड़का है वो उतर रहा था बैलून पकड़ करके, तो ये लगा कि ये भी शायद इस ढंग से उतरा होगा। इन द मीन टाइम सभी सांसद भी सक्रिय हो गए थे, क्योंकि वहां से कूदने का कोई अर्थ नहीं होता है, तो जो सुरक्षा कर्मी थे वो भी हो गए थे। मैंने तो तत्काल पहले तो हाउस ही एडजर्न किया, और उसके बाद जो है वो एक जो उसमें लड़का था जो पहले कूदा होगा, उसने अपना जूता खोल रहा था, जूते में से शायद उसने वो एक ऐसी चीज निकाली जिसको इस्तेमाल करके वो धुआं उसने फैलाया। लेकिन इस सारे आधा मिनट या 1 मिनट के अंदर ही ये सारा घटनाक्रम ये घट गया, और उनको दोनों को सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने, सांसदों ने भी पूरा सहयोग किया, उनको कब्जे में ले लिया था। और उनसे पूछताछ वगैरह होगी। माननीय स्पीकर साहब ने भी संज्ञान पूरा लिया ही है, और उन्होंने सबकी बैठक बुलाई 4 बजे सभी नेताओं की, और उसमें समीक्षा भी होगी सुरक्षा जो उपाय हैं, शायद जो चूक हुई है कैसे हो गई।
तो गंभीर चूक है ना राजेंद्र?
गंभीर चूक है, बेशक गंभीर चूक है। तो इसका संपूर्ण जो हमारे विभिन्न दलों के नेताओं के साथ बैठ करके स्पीकर साहब,
ये तो नई पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग है, यहाँ तो सिक्योरिटी और टॉप नॉच होनी चाहिए।
सिक्योरिटी तो वहाँ भी जो पुराने भवन में भी वैसी थी, उसमें कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि इस कारण से कोई बदलाव हुआ होगा, लेकिन यदि कोई बदलाव करने की आवश्यकता होगी, कुछ संशोधन करने की आवश्यकता होगी, तो अब इसके बाद स्पीकर महोदय के मार्गदर्शन में उसके विषय में निर्णय किया जाए।
क्योंकि राजेंद्र 3 लेवल से फ्रिस्किंग होती है, हम भी अंदर जाते हैं तो पहले बाहर गेट पे फ्रिस्किंग होती है, फिर यहाँ गेट पे होती है, फिर विजिटर गैलरी से भी तो अंदर आप फोन, हम भी नहीं फोन ले जा सकते, तो ये तो बहुत ही मतलब किस तरह
गंभीर चूक है। अब वो जूते में छिपा के लाया था। अब ये जरूर बात आई है कि वो जो धुआं है वो कोई हानिकारक नहीं था, तो शायद जो फ्रिस्किंग के अंदर हम जो चेकिंग करते होंगे यहाँ पर हमारे सुरक्षा कर्मी, उसमें वो चीज नहीं पकड़ में आई होगी, वो उस प्रकार की नहीं होगी। तो इसके संबंध में कुछ और अतिरिक्त उपाय क्या किए जा सकते हैं, इसके बारे में हाउस तय करेगा। अब जो होगा आ जाएगा सामने।
एमपीज नहीं पकड़ लिया उनको, दोनों
एमपीज ने पकड़ लिया, सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने पकड़ लिया। सभी लोगों ने, कोई ऐसा पैनिक नहीं था, अव्यवस्था जरूर थी, बट देयर वाज नो पैनिक। और मैं समझता हूँ कि है घटना गंभीर थी, इसलिए लोग चिंतित भी हैं, और मैं समझता हूँ इसका समाधान भी आ जाएगा।
शुक्रिया।
Reactions then coming in, leaders describing of the sequence of events of what really happened on the floor of the House. But we're cutting to some visuals that are coming in, and these are in fact the forensic teams that are on ground zero, that are collecting the remnants, the evidence, to take it back to the labs to try and understand what is the kind of substances that were used, what were the products that were used. As we pointed out, multiple authorities have already swung into action. 4 individuals have already been detained, 2 from inside and 2 from outside. It was in fact the MPs themselves who managed to catch these intruders, who were also heard raising a lot of slogans. Even when we saw these intruders being detained, they continued raising those slogans. But as of now, focusing on the pictures that you can see on your screens, which are of the various forensic teams that are collecting, as I pointed out, evidence and remnants to try and understand what is the kind of products or stuff that was in fact used by these intruders. But the big questions let's go back to those. What are the big questions that still remain? This is a massive security breach, and now questions are being asked whether the right security protocol was followed or not. More details on who these intruders were also now emerging. The first question is that there are multiple layers of security. So how did these intruders breach almost 3 layers of security to get inside the floor of the House? The second is, as we pointed out, if you break down the various layers of security, at one part you have metal detectors. So how did they manage to cross those metal detectors without being caught? The third big question is, were the intruders frisked as per the security protocols? Many within the opposition are raising questions as far as the lack of security protocols being followed. The other big question is, how did these intruders smuggle smoke canisters? And the other big question also is, was there no vetting before granting a visitor's pass? And that is why authorities, not wanting to take any risk, they have suspended this entire process of issuing any visitor pass till further notice. Of course, authorities will now go back and take a look under whose name were the visitor passes issued, who were the MPs who authorized it. All of that is a part of investigation. This continues to be a big story. We'll continue with our rolling coverage, slipping into a very short break, coming back with lots more.
details when it comes to what has happened inside Parliament. But what we are learning is that a person seems to have jumped from the visitors' gallery. This is a huge security breach in the Lok Sabha, and also we've got access to those visuals. We'll play them out very soon for you. There seems to have been a security breach in the Lok Sabha where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. This is a huge piece of news that's coming in, where the breach has also been caught on camera, where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery in the Lok Sabha. That's the piece of news that's coming in. Those visuals will get you very soon, ladies and gentlemen, where a massive security breach has now been reported from the lower house of Parliament, where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. Remember, the visitors gallery open to members of the public, but they go through a massive security vetting when it comes to entering the lower house of Parliament. Now what we are learning is that a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. Those visuals on your screen, where it seems that a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. A massive security breach, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the proceedings inside the house. Those visuals on your screen, where it seems you can see the person just jumping from the benches, jumping from the visitors gallery, then jumping across the benches. Those visuals on your screen, where the person, as you can see, the security officials are also trying to chase him down, to corner him, and to contain him and to restrain him, as the person is jumping across the benches. A massive security breach inside Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Those dramatic visuals on your screen, you can see the person jumping from the visitors gallery and then just jumping across those benches, and as he is being cornered by those security officials. I'm joined by my colleague Payal Mehta on the broadcast, who's getting us this piece of breaking news. Payal, give us the details.
Well, I'm going to just tell you some details, and I'm joined by a member of Parliament from the YSR Congress, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, who was there on the floor of the House, and we'll ask him what really happened. Sir, what really happened?
Two youth, they jumped from the gallery into the hall, into the house. So they have lit two crackers. They were around 15 centimeters length, and they were yellow in color. It was throwing out huge fumes. We were terrified that it could be some poisonous gas, and we were also terrified that it could be some bomb. So immediately our colleague members of Parliament and the security people overpowered them, and both the people were dragged out of the house.
Any idea, were they shouting out any slogans? Did they shout slogans against?
Yeah, they were shouting, but we could not. It was not clear for us. So we were all concentrating on the thing in their hand. We thought they were trying to throw it at some person, and one shot.
All right, major security breach in Parliament. Two people jumped from the visitors gallery onto the floor of the Lok Sabha. They had smoke canisters in their shoes, which went off on the floor of the Lok Sabha. Some brave MPs confronted them and then brought them in control. One of those MPs is now joining us. Mr. Arvind Sawant is Shiv Sena MP from the UBT faction. Mr. Sawant, please describe for our viewers what exactly happened. What did you see in front of you? And, you had the presence of mind to go and run to this one person and try and confront him. Yes.
I think Shashi Tharoor was demanding something of his constituency regarding railways services.
Yeah.
Suddenly I was sitting beside Dr. Ashwini ji, was the railway minister too and the communication minister too. And beside him was Dr. Mansukh Mandviya was there.
Okay.
And as I was looking at them, I was looking, my sight was towards the gallery only. And I could see the visitors, one young lad tried to jump down, hang himself for a moment to the bar over there, and then jumped. After jumping, he started jumping from one bench to another, because during the Jura hours, the presence in the house is little bit less than the regular one.
Okay.
So naturally, it was vacant. He was dancing like, he was jumping from one bench to another bench. So as it was noticed by so many, then the jump, all MPs who were there from all sides ran to catch him. And then he was again trying to, while doing so, he came into the passage, that one. Once he came in the passage, he removed his shoes and hold it in the hand. And by that time, he was caught by all MPs were there, and he was, you can say. But during that moment, something must be there with him.
Yeah.
He's ignited the fiery, that gas. And that yellow gas emanated from his, I think it must have emanated from something must have been there in his shoes. That is the reason he has removed the shoes.
Yeah.
and that gas emanated from his tissues, and then naturally those MPs who caught him, that gas has gone into their face directly first, and they little bit moved away, but by that time he too was held properly and given to the police, the security guard over there.
So you've been a member of parliament for a number of years now.
5 minutes, all those things
have you seen something like this? Would you construe this as a major security breach?
On the very day in 2001, the parliament was attacked by the terrorists.
Yeah.
And on the very same day, these guys, but they could not dare to come into the house. The soldiers, the staff who were there, securities fought with the terrorists and saved the parliament. Today it is the other way. They entered into the house. And see, had the gas been a poisonous one, what would have happened? So there is a serious lapse on the part of security. There is a serious lapse on the part of functioning of the Home Department itself.
So the Speaker has said that all visitor passes, and I believe this was a visitor pass issued by one of the MPs from Mysore, I believe the MP from Mysore, Mr. Simha's office issued this pass. But do you believe that the Speaker now suspending all visitor passes until a thorough security? All right, we'll try and go back to Mr. Arvind Sawant in just a second. So the first action that's been taken now is the Speaker has decided to suspend all visitor passes that MPs' offices can issue until a thorough review is undertaken. There you see, that was the visitor pass that this man, Sagar Sharma, was carrying. There were two of them. One has been identified as Sagar Sharma. The other has been identified as Manoranjan. Both of them apparently residents of Mysore, and they happen to be unemployed youth. I believe one of them at least is an engineer by qualification, and they were protesting price rise and unemployment, and this they felt was the only way to get the attention of the powers that be. But like I said, this coming on the day of the Parliament attack anniversary, 13th of December 2001, when Parliament was attacked. Today is the 22nd anniversary of that attack, and Arvind Sawant is now back on the line with us. Do you consider this as a major security breach? Now, in response, the Speaker's office has said that all MPs' offices issuing visitor passes has been suspended for the time being. Do you think that's the way to go? Mr. Sawant, I was trying to ask you.
Hello?
The Speaker's office has now said in response.
You are asking me?
Yeah. In response to today's attack, that all visitor passes will be suspended. Do you believe that that's the right way to go?
That's escapism. It's a lapse on the security as well. And that's a pure escapism. You understand the situation. I said just now that on the very day in 2001, there was an attack on our parliament. But it was a terrorist attack. Abdul Guru and all those things have been caught. But they did not dare to enter because our security was so tight. And all those were sacrificed there. It is the anniversary day for them. We were just paid homage to them. And then on the very day, somebody is entering in the house. Luckily, the gas was not poisonous. Had it been a poisonous gas, what would have happened? Just think of it. Whoever it may be, whether he is a terrorist or whether he is somebody else. But then it is a serious lapse on the part of security. How can they enter into, the visitors' gallery? And that is what is very serious, I feel.
I also want to ask you, I believe the identities of those two have now been revealed. One is Sagar Sharma, the other is Manoranjan. Both of them apparently are unemployed engineering graduates, and they were doing this to protest against price rise and unemployment. What do you have to say about that?
Both of them, somebody else has said what is the other name you have taken? Banerjee.
Manoranjan. Manoranjan is one name.
Till
the other
time
name
I
is
was
Sagar.
not having the idea of their names. They are engineering graduates. Look at what they were protesting.
I believe they were
Because they
upset
did not
about
give any slogan,
price rise and unemployment.
So that's a serious issue. Definitely a serious issue. Because what is this? The ruling party creates an illusions and always talks about the religious things and all the other things, But they don't talk about the major issues like unemployment. The modesty of a woman is every day assaulted. Every day assaulted in this country. And look at Manipur, you forget that. The farmers are making suicide. The escalation is there has reached to the sky. The gas cylinders and other prices are so high. So one can understand, but you are engineering graduate. How can you do like this? I mean, it's really a terrific frustration, because of late the government is, privatizing every field where there the opportunities for employment were there. Whether it is railways, whether it is post, whether it's a bank, whether it is LICs, whether it, all those things, telecom,
Okay.
there's no recruitment for a long time. But then it's shocking. I mean, it's really shocking. Lucky if at all they are Indians and they were not willing to any terrorist activities. It's a God's willing, I can say. But then it is serious.
What
Serious
would,
lapse
what would
of the
you
parties.
expect, Mr. Sawant, the government to do in terms of amping up the security infrastructure in Parliament, the security procedures and also the security infrastructure in Parliament?
No, security procedure, I don't think. I mean, immediately I will not come to a conclusion.
Okay.
Security procedure is right. But there are certain things which you cannot imagine, unimaginable. One cannot think that somebody will bring a powder form, gases in a powder form and can ignite it in the house itself. So rather, these things are to be taken into consideration now. We have to consider very serious things have to be considered now.
All right.
You cannot just ignore them. But sometimes, otherwise, let the member of parliament take the responsibility and say that these two guys I know and I have brought them. And if anything wrong happens, let the owners be there with the member of parliament.
Okay.
Because we recommend with a signature.
All right.
That's what I feel like.
Mr. Arvind Sawant, thank you very much for joining us, and hope you're safe and your colleagues are safe. Thank you very much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. We'll take a quick break, but this is going to be our continuing focus all through the day and our primetime coverage here on CNN News 18. It's a massive security breach, and like the MP said a moment ago, thank God the gas, whatever it was non-poisonous. Had it been poisonous, it could have even led to casualties. For now, 2 people have been detained for that attack. There was also separately protests outside the parliament for which another 2 have been detained. But this is in no way a terror attack, is what top government sources are telling us. Quick break, but continuing coverage on this big parliament security breach.
To go to the speaker. So immediately some Lok Sabha member, he was a Sikh, he immediately overpowered him and he was dragged outside.
Is this something like this that one has seen for the longest in Parliament? Because I don't remember seeing anything like this in Parliament ever.
No, I have never seen, we have never heard, and this is very serious security breach, and even people who we get, they don't allow anything. But
that person was trying to hide something in his shoe. Is that something which happened?
Maybe he has taken one matchstick from the shoe and then he lit the cracker.
All right, Ayushman, an eyewitness speaking to us, telling us what really happened. It's a major breach. Never in the history of Parliament. Because, Ayushman, whenever we also enter Parliament, we are thoroughly checked. Everything is checked. All our equipment are checked. Even, officials are not even allowed to carry their chargers and their mobile chargers with them. That's the kind of security that you really have around Parliament. This is very, very shocking for everybody who has seen it. And of course, the Vice MP who was there on the floor of the House telling us the first-hand witness over there.
Absolutely. Let's recap for our viewers what we've learned so far, ladies and gentlemen. 2 youth jumped from the visitors gallery. They burst crackers. They sprayed something inside on the floor of the house. Yellow fumes came out and they were shouting slogans, but we are not aware of what slogans they were shouting inside Parliament. That is the big piece of breaking news that's coming in. Those visuals on your screen, these were 2 youth who jumped from the visitors gallery. There was a massive security breach. They burst crackers, they sprayed some yellow fumes, and they were shouting slogans, and we don't know what slogans they were shouting. Payal was speaking to the YSRCP MP over there. They were saying that there was such a racket inside the floor of the house that they were unaware of what they were shouting. But as you can see in those visuals, ladies and gentlemen, they are jumping across the tables. These are 2 youth who jumped from the visitors gallery. Remember, as my colleague Payal is also pointing out, a lot of vetting goes through when it comes to allowing people into the visitors gallery, but not just the fact that these 2 youth jumped from the visitors gallery, they were carrying firecrackers as well as sprays. They sprayed yellow fumes inside Parliament on the floor of the House, and they were shouting slogans. I'm joined by my colleague Anwar Srivastava, who's getting us more details when it comes to this major security breach inside Parliament. Anwar, over to you.
Yeah, see, the initial that we are getting from the police is the police are saying that what the elements that have been used inside the parliament is said to be the color bomb that is usually used on Holi. This is what the police are saying. Those officers who are on spot and they have conveyed it to senior officials that it has been found that these were color bombs that have been used inside the parliament. But the police are saying that they are still to verify whether it was only color bombs and what was the intention behind it. Because see, this.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. Getting some breaking developments now coming in. In the backdrop of that massive security breach that happened in Parliament a few hours ago, now we are understanding you have the Delhi Police Commissioner currently meeting the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. That's the big update that's coming in. You have a lot of teams that are on the ground. You have forensic teams trying to collect evidence. Security in and around that area has already been beefed up. There will be no more passes that will be issued to visitors. That's a decision that's also been taken. And now we have the Delhi top cop meeting the Speaker of the Lok Sabha to try and get more details in terms of the sequence of events or anything else that he saw that happened on the floor of the House. We've also managed to speak to a lot of MPs who in fact were within the House when this entire episode happened, and they've described to us that they are lucky, consider themselves lucky that whatever these intruders had, none of this was harmful in the sense that it could lead to casualties by the end of the day. But massive questions still being raised as far as the lack of security protocols that were followed that led to these intruders coming in, and then the sequence of events that played out on the floor of the House. So the big update that's now coming in, as I pointed out, there are multiple teams on the ground. You have the Delhi Police Commissioner meeting the Lok Sabha Speaker. You have a lot of forensic teams on the ground. They're trying to scrape the ground, try and collect evidence to take it back to the lab, speaking to people who were present in the floor of the House at that time. Many leaders have already come forward and explained the sequence of events. But let's go straight to our colleague Payal, who's joining us. Payal, any more details that you're picking up? We're understanding you have the top cop meeting the Speaker of the Lok Sabha.
Well, the Speaker is said to be the custodian of Parliament, and he's taking the utmost cognizance as far as this entire issue is concerned. It's not acceptable to any member of Parliament, including the Lok Sabha Speaker. The Lok Sabha Speaker has just about concluded his meeting with the Union Home Secretary and the CP of Delhi Police, who both just left the Parliament premises. The Speaker has already assured the House that serious cognizance will be taken of the entire issue. Once the details are out, the House will be made aware of the entire issue. That's what the Speaker is convinced and being able to tell the House. But members have expressed panic over the entire issue. That's the reason the Speaker has called for a meeting of all party floor leaders at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll have to just wait and see, because leaving from the Parliament along with the CP of Delhi, Sanjay Arora, we could also see the Union Home Secretary. Remember the Union Home Minister, who is normally always there in Parliament, is today travelling to Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh because of the oath taking of the BJP MPs there, and the BJP Chief Minister there. So we'll have to just wait and see if the Home Minister comes back and holds a meeting. But of course, all levels of security meetings are happening in Parliament because everybody is taking a very, very serious note of the entire issue.
So as Payal is pointing out, no one wanting to take any more risk. You have security that is being beefed up. You will be having all parties that will be briefed. That will happen at about 4 o'clock. You have the Delhi Police Commissioner currently meeting the Lok Sabha Speaker. But Payal, everybody going back to that one question, that how did this breach even happen? For anyone trying to get in, there are multiple layers of security. So were security protocols not followed?
The security is very, very robust in Parliament, and this is something which has happened. It's probably never happened in the history of Indian Parliament, because whenever you are in the House, adequate precautions are even taken before you enter the House. Even if we are regular media people, we are scanned through when we enter the House. Even if we go to the Lok Sabha viewing gallery, we are asked to keep our phones outside, and all of these issues are kept out as well. But something like this has happened. Somebody hit something in the shoe is something which, of course, the investigating agencies to see from here how to take this forward. But for as of now, all precautions are being taken. All security has been booked up. The security of the gates have been beefed up. The CRPF, which guards the Parliament premises, is also very active. And of course, like I said, the Lok Sabha Speaker is chairing a series of meetings. He's in fact going to be meeting the Lok Sabha floor leaders in a bit from now, because this is not acceptable to anyone. So we'll have to just wait and see how this transpires. At this point in time, the only thing that is being requested to us from the Lok Sabha is that we should not jump the gun to assert any motives to it, whether it is 13 December or whatever. We'll have to just wait and see what officially comes out of these meetings and what is the input that the security has been able to get. But the Home Secretary himself being present there tells you how serious the issue is.
Okay, Payal, we leave the conversation there. Keep tracking those developments. We're getting some other updates now coming in. What we're now going to show you are in fact the first images that you will see of the shoes in which this spray in fact was kept. We'll just put out those images on our screen. All of this and that image on your screens now. That is the first time you're seeing these images. These are images of shoes that the intruders in fact were wearing. This is exactly where they kept the spray. And you speak to any MP who was present on the floor of the House now coming out and saying that the only thing we're lucky about by the end of the day is that none of this in fact was poisonous, because eventually this could have led to some sort of casualties. All of this in the backdrop of that massive security breach that happened on the floor of the House just a few hours ago when the 0 hour was taking place in Parliament. Let's go straight across to our colleague Aman, who is joining us. Aman, we're putting out those visuals. These are visuals of shoes that the intruders were wearing in which the spray was kept. First, help us understand as far as the identity of these intruders are concerned.
Yeah, identity has been established by the Delhi police. The people have been caught. What we are now learning from the MPs who were present inside Parliament. I just spoke to Mr. Hanuman Beniwal, MP who in fact caught the first intruder. He was the one who caught the main intruder and pinned him down. He told me that, when this intruder jumped into the well and he was trying to move to the Speaker House, it was he who pinned him down. And if he was not able to stop him, Mr. Beniwal is saying the man would have easily reached the Speaker's chair. Mr. Hanuman Beniwal also saying that there were 2 people who jumped, but there were 2 more people in the visitors gallery who were along with them. So he's claiming that there was a group of total of 4 people inside the Parliament. This is also a serious development that 4 people could get inside the visitors gallery with such intentions. And the shoes that you're showing on the screen right now. So also a question mark over the security of the Parliament. There's a 3-tier security system here which is in place. Detailed frisking is done, metal detectors, hand metal detectors at the Parliament premises gate, then at the Parliament building gate, and even there is security sitting in the gallery where we enter for the visitors gallery, the various galleries. So was the frisking not done properly? Did the attacker, these people know that the shoes will not be frisked? All this is a matter of a inquiry which the Lok Sabha Speaker has just said that a detailed inquiry will be done along with the Delhi Police and the CRPF and other personnel. All senior Delhi Police Commissioner, CRPF DG were in Parliament and have met the Lok Sabha Speaker. The good part, the silver lining in this is that the Speaker saying that the gas, the canisters with the gas which was emitted, he's saying the preliminary probe is saying is not harmful. So thankfully, there was no harm because of that. And but a major security breach, and this is a new Parliament building where state-of-the-art security measures have been put in place. So I think a full review will be carried out in this probe, right from the point on how the passes are issued for visitors. Will the MPs be held accountable for whom they issue a pass to? Will they vouch for the credentials of that person? Right from the frisking, 3-level security. Will the frisking be done properly now? Will we be asked to take off our shoes when we enter the Parliament, and that kind of frisking will be done? Because the point is that visitors can't even carry a mobile phone inside. Only journalists are allowed a mobile phone inside. In the visitors gallery, even journalists can't carry a mobile phone inside. So this is the level of security which is there in Parliament. So a shocker of an incident. In fact, some other MPs, I spoke to TMC's Kakoli Dastar, who told me that they were shocked. They thought somebody had slipped from the gallery of the Parliament, but they soon realized that it was not so, and this person was shouting slogans and trying to move towards the Speaker's chair. He also said that the security measures at the new Parliament leave a lot to be desired, and it is high time that the government and the Lok Sabha Secretariat and the Speaker intervenes here and ensure that the security measures are made top-notch.
Yeah, so Aman, as you were rightly pointing out, the big question also is, did these intruders know of some sort of lapses? That is why they could go ahead with these sprays kept in their shoes. That's one part. The other is this entire process that now has been suspended of issuing a visitor pass. You have an MP that gives you this access for a visitor's name to be given, and then the protocols get followed. In this particular case, that pass that we've seen, that our colleagues have put out those images, has there been a response from that particular MP so far?
No, we've not been able to speak to the concerned MP so far. The other MPs are claiming it is Mr. Pratap Simha, but we are not able to contact that MP so far. This also exposes that are the MPs actually vouching for whom they issue a pass to? Many a time the staff of the MPs issues this visitor passes. Maybe that level of rigorousness and is not shown when a pass is issued. So in the future, it seems what I'm learning from some MPs is that MPs need to be held accountable for whom they are issuing visitor pass to. And this is a new parliament building. You know, there's a lot of also interest in the visitors to come here, you know, see the new parliament.
Correct.
There's also been a rush, especially in this session when the new parliament has opened finally, you know, only last time this was a transition, but this time the new parliament has opened fully. So, you know, there is also this, in fact, the days I am coming to parliament, I see this huge queue of visitors coming to the new parliament to see so there's also an interest amongst the people. Maybe there's been a lapse due to that rush, or was there a lacuna in the way the security drill and the security frisking is done at parliament? I think the inquiry will show all this.
Sure. Aman, we'll just request you to stay on with us. We have our other colleagues also now joining us. Yash and Ananya are also now joining us on the broadcast. They've also been tracking what is the situation outside Parliament. Yash, coming to you first. What is the situation outside Parliament? 4 intruders have been detained, 2 from inside, 2 from outside. Has the security been beefed up? Are things slowly getting back to normal?
Well, Ridhima, absolutely. Security has been beefed up in this entire area. Right now, I'm coming to you from the Parliament Street police station. This is the very police station where 2 of the detained personals have been kept. In fact, one is Neelam and another one is Amol. These 2 are those people who have been detained from outside the Parliament building. And in fact, these were involved in those protesting activities. In fact, they also shouted certain slogans, and now a thorough investigation has been done. In fact, special cell officers were also here some time back where they actually interrogated these people. In fact, what now the police want to understand and know is that as of now, what is the current situation in this case? In fact, many people, we have with us here Shatrughan. Sir, आप अंदर थे उस टाइम पे?
लेकिन आपको लगता है कि एक बार फिर इतनी बड़ी सुरक्षा में चूक हुई है यहाँ पर?
देखो, चूक तो हुई है, बट किसकी हुई है, किन लोगों से हुई है, और जिन लोगों ने पकड़ा है या इस मामले को जो अंजाम देने की कोशिश करने आए थे वो लोग कौन हैं, इस इंक्वायरी का विषय है, होना चाहिए, लेकिन जल्द से जल्द होना चाहिए कि आज के दिन ही 13 तारीख को 2001 में हुआ और आज फिर.
Well, you just heard MP Shatrughan Sinha stating and in fact once again raising those questions about the lapse in security inside the Parliament building. In fact, I also have with me Ananya, who has been tracking these entire developments. Ananya, forensic teams were here, special cell team was here. In fact, we have broken that this was no terror attack but a severe security lapse. What more you are picking up?
Well, definitely this was a severe security lapse that has happened here at the Parliament. Though very categorically we have been confirmed by the top sources that this was not a terror attack at all. And definitely what is very clear to note at this point of time, and what we are getting to know from our sources in the Delhi police also, is that 2 people who were detained from outside the Parliament have now been arrested. Section 144 is the preliminary section that has been invoked, though more sections can be invoked at some more time, but 2 people have been arrested as of now, as of what we have known from our sources in the Delhi police. But what is very clear is that this investigation is still going to go on, and whether or not there is some connection with regards to of these 4 people with each other or not, but that is being ruled out by the Delhi police at the initial stage. Whatever comes up is something that we'll have to wait and watch for, but initially this was not a terror attack, and definitely this is a very important major security breach that has happened in the Parliament, and all of the security is being reviewed at this point of time.
Well, evidence being corroborated, people being investigated and interrogated as of now here at this very police station of the Parliament Street. Back to you.
Okay, Yash and Ananya reporting for us from outside the police station where these 4 people who've been detained so far have been taken for further questioning. This is our big story. We'll continue with our rolling coverage, slipping into a very short break, coming back with lots more.
For as far as initial investigation is concerned, they have only found color bombs here, which are usually used on Holi festival. But there are senior officials at spot. Some persons have also been detained, and police are trying to find out what are these bombs actually, whether or not, because it is also being said that a matchstick was used to fire them. So how did these things get inside? That will also come into the picture. But initial point is to find out if anyone has been, if any injury has been sustained by anyone. First of all, then what was the object used? Police are saying that it could be in all possibilities just the color bombs, and also police will rule out all other dangers that could be. And so the police force has been moved towards the parliament. The security men who were there on the cordon and also on the inside are at the spot right now. The spot is being inspected in detail, and police will come out with more details. But initial, the duty of the police would here be to cordon the entire area and to find out exactly what elements were used and whether or not any other person has sustained any injury. Eventually, a case will also be registered if need be, and if anything dangerous is found. Because even if it was a color bomb and a matchstick was used to light it, Explosive Act will be enforced here, and those who have been, those who have been detained, their roles will be further examined, and then initially the police action will be initiated, or the FIR, whatever legal action will be required, that will be done. But the police senior officers that are on the spot, they are telling right now that the primary focus is to find out if anyone has sustained injury and what was these holy bombs that the police are saying that had been used inside the parliament, and how big is the security breach that has been.
News now, there seems to be a security breach in the Lok Sabha, ladies and gentlemen, where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery of the Lok Sabha. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. We'll try to get some more details, but what we are learning is that there seems to have been a security breach in the Lok Sabha where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. That's the latest that's coming in from Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. That's a big piece of breaking news where there seems to have been a security breach in the lower house of Parliament where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. We'll try to get some more details when it comes to what has happened inside Parliament, but what we are learning is that a person seems to have jumped from the visitors gallery. This is a huge security breach in the Lok Sabha, and also we've got access to those visuals. We'll play them out very soon for you. There seems to have been a security breach in the Lok Sabha where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. This is a huge piece of news that's coming in where the breach has also been caught on camera where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery in the Lok Sabha. That's the piece of news that's coming in. Those visuals will get you very soon, ladies and gentlemen, where a massive security breach has now been reported from the lower house of Parliament where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. Remember, the visitors gallery open to members of the public, but they go through a massive security vetting when it comes to entering the lower house of Parliament. Now what we are learning is that a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. Those visuals on your screen where it seems that a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. A massive security breach, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the proceedings inside the house. Those visuals on your screen where it seems you can see the person just jumping from the benches, jumping from the visitors gallery, then jumping across the benches. Those visuals on your screen where the person, as you can see, the security officials are also trying to chase him down, to corner him and to contain him and to restrain him as the person is jumping across the benches. A massive security breach inside Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Those dramatic visuals on your screen, you can see the person jumping from the visitors gallery and then just jumping across those benches, and as he is being cornered by those security officials. I'm joined by my colleague Payal Mehta on the broadcast, who's getting us this piece of breaking news. Payal, give us the details.
Well, I'm going to just tell you some details, and I'm joined by a member of Parliament from the YSR Congress, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, who was there on the floor of the House, and we'll ask him what really happened. Sir, what really happened?
Two youth, they jumped from the gallery into the hall, into the house. So they have lit two crackers. They were around 15 centimeters length, and they were yellow in color. It was throwing out huge fumes. We were terrified that it could be some poisonous gas, and we were also terrified that it could be some bomb. So immediately our colleague members of Parliament and the security people overpowered them, and both the people were dragged out of the house.
Any idea, was it shouting out any slogans? Did they shout slogans against?
Yeah, they were shouting, but we could not. It was not clear for us. So we were all concentrating on the thing in their hand. We thought they were trying to throw it at some person, and one short fellow, he was trying to go to the speaker. So immediately some Lok Sabha member, he was a Sikh, he immediately overpowered him and he was dragged outside.
Is this something like this that one has seen for the longest in Parliament? Because I don't remember seeing anything like this in Parliament ever.
No, I have never seen, we have never heard, and this is very serious security breach, and even people who we get, they don't allow anything.
But this person was trying to hide something in his shoe. Is that something which happened?
Maybe he has taken one matchstick from the shoe and then he lit the cracker.
All right, Ayushman, an eyewitness speaking to us, telling us what.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. Our rolling coverage of that security breach in the parliament still continues, bringing you an exclusive conversation now. This is with Hanuman Beliwal, who was the first to catch the culprit, described the incident in detail. Let's take a look at that conversation.
पार्लियामेंट में क्या हुआ, क्या देखा आप?
देखिए, जब शून्यकाल चल रहा था तो उस वक्त मेरा बोलने का नंबर था और पीछे से कुछ सांसद पीछे की ओर देख के चिल्ला रहे थे तो मैंने देखा कि एक व्यक्ति उससे रजिस्टर गैलरी से नीचे लटक रहा था, दूसरा कूद के और सांसदों के बीच चेयर पे मतलब कूदता हुआ आगे की ओर बढ़ रहा था, चिल्लाता हुआ और मैं आगे की ओर था और मैं पीछे गया और उस लड़के को मैंने रोका, दबोच लिया उसको और दूसरा लड़का था उसके हाथ में कोई.
Viewers, we are now joined by Member of Parliament Mr. Rajendra Agarwal, who was also at that time acting as Speaker. Rajendra जी, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए, आपका हम आभारी हैं. आप कैसे हैं? पहले तो ये बताइए कि जो हाउस में हो रहा था, आपने ऑब्वियसली विटनेस किया था सर, इसमें क्या हुआ? व्हाट एक्चुअली हैपेंड? आपने क्या देखा?
Two guys jumped into the house.
Right.
And initially I thought that someone was fallen from the visitors gallery, but then another boy was trying to jump into the house. In the meantime, all the members became conscious of their presence, all the security officers also, and I had to adjourn the house immediately. Then we took control of those boys, captured them. Initially, all the MPs did their work. There was no panic, that much I can say. There was, of course, some disturbance, there was some disorder, but not panic at all. So initially the honorable members and then security guards, they all captured them and took away from the house. And I think it was done within half a minute or 1 minute. So that was it. This, or the one boy was trying to get out something from his shoes. Possibly that was the smoke powder, and he did do that thing that all the house the house was filled by that smoke.
But another person seemed to have, the other intruders seemed to have set off some sort of a munition, because we saw this yellow haze in the house, sir.
No, yellow haze, that is the smoke. Possibly they brought that, and it was not very harmful, as the smoke was smoke, and there was some irritation also, but not that harmful. Possibly because of this, this could not be traced by the security officers. Now they will check what type of things that they can.
Yes, don't you think this was
उनके पकड़ में आ सकती है कुछ ऐसी?
जी वो तो है ऑब्वियसली, वो तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन ही बताएगी. मगर मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं अग्रवाल जी, आई मीन डोंट यू थिंक दिस वाज अ क्लोज शेव? बिकॉज एट द एंड ऑफ द डे this particular chemical could have been a nerve gas, it could have been anything.
It could have been anything, of course, but then there are security officers. I think all that type of things can be traced by those people. Anyway, it was a breach of security, there is no doubt. And how that happened, why did that happened, the Honorable Speaker has given the directions, and all the concerned officials are coming there. All the party leaders are sitting at 4 p.m. And what was the breach, how it happened, and what are the solution of that? That everything, every question will be taken care of, and I think some good solution will come out.
Yeah, Mr. Agarwal, it is a particularly disturbing sign that on a day when Parliament was attacked in 2001, a breach is repeated. The symbolism of this particular act
it could be merely coincidence also. It could be merely coincidence also. Of course, today in morning we paid tribute to those shaheeds, but it could be simple coincidence also, and it could be connected with that also. So this will come out only by the investigation,
Now the 4 persons, those boys who jumped into the house and 2 more, as the reports are coming, so they will be queried, they will be questioned, and all the things will come.
Now, Mr. Agarwal, prima facie, who should be held accountable? Because parliamentary security comes, of course, under multi-number of agencies, about 5 agencies, and they all report really to the Union Home Ministry.
Right now, it can't be said who is responsible, single person who is responsible. There could be some gap in the security system, there could be. But I think right now it's not, right now we can't say, anyone can't say. Let the investigation, thorough investigation go, and the conclusion will come.
You know, the BJP prides in itself of being the party that can secure Bharat. Do you think the message from today is that if the cradle of democracy is not secure, then perhaps Bharat is not secure, because that is what the opposition is saying?
No. I think it is not that serious thing. It is serious, of course. But there could be, देखिए होता क्या है, जांच भी होती है पर भरोसा भी होता है, विश्वास भी होता है. उस विश्वास का कई बार जो है लोग दुरुपयोग कर लेते हैं. बहुत बार ऐसा, चलो भाई पीपल दे आर कमिंग, तो सम टाइम ये ऐसा हो जाता होगा कि कहीं चूक हो जाती होगी. हालांकि मैं फिर कह रहा हूँ, इट्स वेरी सीरियस थिंग. तो देखेंगे ये फुल प्रूफ हो जाए, इसकी चिंता की जाएगी, एंड ऑल द अरेंजमेंट्स विल बी मेड टू मेक इट फुल प्रूफ.
Well, Mr. Agarwal, it's been a pleasure speaking to you. You held your nerve under very trying circumstances, so all our good wishes to you. Thank you very much for speaking to CNN News 18 this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right, after that exclusive conversation, cutting across to these visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's in Raipur ahead of that very crucial ceremony which is awaited, the swearing-in ceremony of the next Chief Minister of the state. This is a statement of sorts that the BJP and the Saffron Party has made, especially with the choices and the names of the Chief Minister. All the obvious choices, as the BJP is known to throw in surprises, that reputation that they have lived up to. We'll try and dip into these visuals. I believe that oath-taking ceremony is underway.
सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा. मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा. मैं छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा. मैं विष्णुदेव साय ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से ससुनिश्चित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा.
Veteran Vishnudev Sai has been chosen as the new Chief Minister for the state of Chhattisgarh. That official oath-taking ceremony is complete in the presence of the top dignitaries of the BJP. He has taken oath as the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, putting down all the names like you had Mr. Raman Singh and other top leaders of the BJP. This was indeed a spectacular choice that was made by the BJP. The Bastar region voted en masse for the BJP. And this was one region that was responsible for the victory of the BJP in this state of Chhattisgarh, which the exit polls across had given it to the Congress party. The change in the voting percentage, the kind of dent that the BJP has been able to make in the Congress vote bank, all thanks to the tribal vote consolidation that has happened in the state. On your screen right now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the newly sworn in Chief Minister, has greeted him. Let's once again listen.
उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री अरुण साव अपने पद तथा गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण करने के लिए यहां उपस्थित हैं। निवेदन है कि कृपया नवनियुक्त उप मुख्यमंत्री को पद एवं गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण कराएं।
मैं अरुण साव ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धा पूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं अरुण साव ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
Next generation of the BJP taking over the reins of the party and forming the cabinet and the chief minister of the next government in the state of Chhattisgarh. This is the message to the party that has gone across in all three states, the Hindi heartland.
श्री विजय शर्मा अपने पद तथा गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण करने के लिए यहां उपस्थित हैं। निवेदन है कि कृपया नवनियुक्त उप मुख्यमंत्री को पद एवं गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण कराएं।
मैं विजय शर्मा ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं विजय शर्मा ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब तक के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
All right, that was the swearing-in ceremony in the state of Chhattisgarh, the newly sworn-in Chief Minister, a tribal identity that has been given prominence in the Hindi heartland, a state which the BJP has swept in that saffron wave that swept across Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Well, let's shift our focus back to that story that has dominated the headlines today. 4 people who intruded the parliament security and caused a ruckus. There was smoke that was seen on the floor of the house. The 4 people are in detention. They are in custody right now. The Delhi Police Special Cell is investigating this entire matter. Various reactions and top voices. We continue to get you here on CNN News 18. Prima facie, it does not seem like a terror attack. The 4 individuals who have been taken into custody say that they do not belong to any political outfit. Intelligence sources suggest that this is not a terror attack that has happened, but an unfortunate breach of security, but indeed a very, very serious one. Let's listen into some reactions coming in, and after that I'll try and cut across to our reporters.
I'm joined by Mr. Beniwal. Beniwal जी, पार्लियामेंट में क्या हुआ, क्या देखा आप?
देखिए, जब शून्यकाल चल रहा था उस वक्त मेरा बोलने का नंबर था और पीछे से कुछ सांसद पीछे की ओर देख के चिल्ला रहे थे, तो मैंने देखा कि एक व्यक्ति उससे विजिटर गैलरी से नीचे लटक रहा था, दूसरा कूद के और सांसदों के बीच चेयर पे मतलब कूदता हुआ आगे की ओर बढ़ रहा था, चिल्लाता हुआ, और मैं आगे की ओर था और मैं पीछे गया और उस लड़के को मैंने रोका, दबोच लिया उसको। और दूसरा लड़का था, उसके हाथ में कोई स्प्रे टाइप का स्प्रे कर रहा था, तो इस लड़के को दबोचा, तो उसके बाद दबोच के तो उसको ले जा रहे थे और भी सांसद आ गए, सुरक्षा में बाद में आ गए, तो इसने कुछ स्प्रे मुझे जुराब और जूते से निकाल के स्प्रे किया।
जो पहला लड़का था
और वो बहुत एक्टिव और स्मार्ट लड़का था जो काबू में नहीं आ रहा था, उसको काबू में नहीं किया था।
अच्छा,
उस वक्त राजनाथ सिंह जी भी अंदर थे, चेयर पे राजेंद्र अग्रवाल जी थे
जी,
और अगर वो जहरीली गैस लाते तो निश्चित रूप से बहुत बड़ा हादसा हो सकता था। ये देश की सुरक्षा के लिए बड़ी चुनौती है, इतने करोड़ों अरबों रुपए खर्च जी, नई पार्लियामेंट बना के अगर हम यहीं सुरक्षित नहीं है। आज से 23 साल पहले जिस तरह पार्लियामेंट पर अटैक हुआ, हमारे बहुत से लोगों ने शहादत दी देश के लिए, नेताओं के लिए, देश का मान बचाया। आज उसी 13 तारीख को चुन के इन्होंने जो प्रोटेस्ट किया है, निश्चित रूप से इसके पीछे कोई न कोई षड्यंत्र की बू आ रही है और ये कोई कह रहा है भाजपा सांसद की सिफारिश है, जिसकी सिफारिश जी जांच होनी चाहिए, जवाब देना चाहिए, ऐसी घटनाओं की पुनरावृत्ति नहीं, और इसमें चाहे कितना ही बड़ा व्यक्ति इन्वॉल्व हो जिसकी रही है उसके खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई हो।
What did you see? What happened inside Parliament?
So what happened in Parliament today is a very serious issue. 0 hour was going on. I was about to speak. I suddenly heard a thud. It appeared as if that somebody had fallen from the visitors' gallery. That was my first initial reaction. But then when that person started running towards the speaker, realized it was a much more serious issue. Many members who were in that area tried to apprehend him, and they did apprehend him, but he had already pulled out a canister which was emanating and yellow smoke. And another person also jumped down from the gallery immediately after that and pulled out a canister. So this is a very serious issue. This canister luckily had an inert gas, but it could have had an anthrax gas, it could have had a flammable gas, it could have had some toxic gas, it could have had a tear gas, and the consequences would have been very serious because there were more than 100 members in the house and house was functioning. And especially happening on this day, 13th of December, and further with the new parliament with all the new security protocols, so somebody can smuggle in canisters. It poses very serious questions about the efficacy of and the robustness of the security system in parliament.
Yeah, because when we also enter, it's almost a 3-tier security here. Phrased, everything is there.
Whatever tire is there, somebody is able to bring canisters, and in today's world there are plastic explosives also. If they can bring canisters in, tomorrow somebody can bring in plastic explosives. And it's just by the grace of God, it was not a very tragic incident. It could have ended up very tragically if the gas had been anthrax or toxic or flammable.
Also, this issue of issuing visitor passes now, it's been put on hold. Will the MPs take...
end of the day, Parliament is the house of the people. The citizens of this country must have a right to come and visit Parliament. Their IDs are taken, they go through frisking before they are sent here. So that, I don't know whether maybe immediately now to review the security protocol you need some breathing space. But eventually, people of the country must be allowed to visit their parliament.
What really happened in Lok Sabha today, it's a big security breach. How do you see the entire incident?
No doubt, it is a very, very serious security breach. And that breach was caused through a BJP MP.
from Mysore. And it happened in a big house on which the government spent crores and crores of rupees. And they told that the whole security aspects, everything is covered in this big building, the palatial, fortress-like building. But in this building, even the parliament members are not safe.
So will you be taking this up? Will you...
Let me complete. I was thinking myself, had it been an MP of the opposition, had it been an MP with a Muslim name, then what BJP would have been done with that? They would have burned this whole country. So the whole culprit is the party called BJP. BJP is accountable for this incident. They have to answer to the country and to the people. We feel very unsafe in the parliament.
So will you be taking this up? What is the measure now? Because I think there a couple of the opposition parties have been saying a statement needs to come from the Home Minister.
Now we'll try to raise the issue in the parliament, Rajya Sabha. We all tried, because you can see my voice. By all means, we'll try it. We requested for a few seconds to talk.
All right, cutting across to some latest news, BJP Mysuru MP Pratap Sinha has met the Parliamentary Minister Prahlad Joshi. And this is on the issue of the pass that was issued on which the intruders actually entered the Parliament. He's clarified his stand and is also likely to meet the Speaker, Om Birla. My colleague Payal with us on the broadcast. Payal, give us more perspective about this, please.
You know, since the pass is out and it is being made in the name of the BJP MP from Mysuru, Pratap Sinha suo motu has gone ahead and clarified his position. Because remember, like we've been discussing, Anusha, that MPs make multiple passes for people from their constituencies. So possibly this was also one of the passes which was made in good faith, for these people who wanted to come and visit the parliament. So he's gone and explained his stand, and he clearly said that he had no idea whatsoever about a person's background or his person's intent. That is something which is clarified, and at some point in time, in a short while from now, we'll also go and meet the Lok Sabha Speaker. Now, just as we speak, the meeting with the Lok Sabha Speaker of the floor leaders is just underway, and we'll have to just see what the Lok Sabha Speaker tells these members, because floor leaders, all political parties have been called for to brief them about the updates so far, because like I said, there are multiple investigations taking place. The Delhi police is in place as well. Parliament security doing their own investigation. The Speaker has just met the Delhi police chief and also has met the Home Minister, Home Secretary as well.
All right, Payal, your audio is a bit patchy. I'm just going to reiterate the information that you've given for us. Then there is some more breaking news that Payal is getting for us. For the benefit of our viewers, the BJP Mysuru MP Pratap Sinha, he has met the Parliamentary Minister Prahlad Joshi of his own accord. Now, on his name, the particular passes were issued on which these intruders actually got inside the Parliament, jumped into the well of the house, and then did what they did. There was smoke that was emanated, some kind of gases were thrown there. And this particular incident unfolded because one pass was issued by a certain MP which the intruders had used. Now, obviously, no parliamentarian is going to do that intentionally. Mr. Sinha has also clarified his stand before Mr. Prahlad Joshi. Moving on to some more latest information which is coming in at this point in time, that the entry inside the parliament is further restricted. Keeping in mind the serious security breach that has happened today, till further orders, the entry inside the premises of the parliament is going to be further restricted. All personal assistant of MPs except that of ministers are disallowed at this point in time inside the parliamentary building, and it's understandable, keeping in mind that at this point there is a serious breach of security that has happened. A complete overhaul and a look needs to be taken about what exactly went wrong. Let me check if Payal is with us on the broadcast. Payal, if you can hear me, give us more details about till when are these orders likely to sustain.
Like I said, that multiple rounds of investigations are happening. There are multiple layers of security that are in place. People are in fact ordering off all the gates. They are in fact double checking the entry points, etc. So entry is being restricted to only a certain number of gates. All of these are in place, and in the parliament, it's a new parliament, it's a small entrance, and all the MPs are coming in from one gate. There is usually a lot of crowding around that area, so that crowding is going to be removed. Until further notice, all the members of parliament whose PAs are in the premises have been asked not to bring the PAs along. This was something which was followed in the old building also during the time that COVID was there, because obviously they did not want too many people in the building when COVID restrictions were in place. But as of now, we are given to understand from the Lok Sabha Secretariat sources that PA entries will be restricted. Also, ministers have to be in staff, so there's a lot of ministerial work which goes into place when the session is on.
Absolutely, Payal. I'll also quickly cut across to my colleague Arun Dhanta. He's joining us live from Pratap Simha's residence. Arun, the Member of Parliament of his own accord went to the authorities, to the minister concerned, and clarified his position. I mean, I'm sure nobody is blaming him. Nobody can be blamed at this point in time for what really happened. But he did have some explaining to do.
Well, that's right, and we have picked up that he met the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister inside the Parliament, Prahlad Joshi, and also, of course, to the Lok Sabha Speaker. So he will, of course, be putting forth his side as to what exactly happened, because the visitors entered on the pass which made on his name. Right now, I'm standing outside his residence. There is a huge media contingent, of course, here to for waiting. Pratap Simha to actually arrive to his residence. You can see these
Arun,
are visuals.
Can I just interrupt you for a second with
residence.
due apology? The visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, exclusive visuals. This is the time of the incident when that intruder jumped into the area where the MPs were sitting. Then the intruders were caught by the MPs there and taken to a side. They were brought under control. And this is the exclusive footage that we are presenting to you here on CNN News 18. These are the visuals from inside the Parliament. And you can see a lot of MPs there trying to take control of the situation after there was some smoke that was emanating. I'm cutting across back to Arun. Arun, yes, you were making a point. Sorry you were interrupted. Please go ahead.
Well, so I was showing our viewers the house of Pratap Simha on Mahadev Road, 18 number, and he's not at home. Of course, he perhaps be discussing with Speaker and Parliamentary Affairs Minister about the situation as to how it happens. And in the meantime, we had, of course, Anusha, spoken to various Member of Parliaments about the procedure, how that happened. Some of them have told us that, they have dedicated staff to actually, look into all these things to, give access to these people to Parliament who help them, making those passes. And perhaps, Pratap Simha, because, Member of Parliaments have a lot of people visiting to Parliament from their constituencies. So how that happened, whether there is any, background check happens before they, ask security personnel or the staff there to make passes for those people. So there is a lot of answering which is required from the Pratap Simha side, because we are seeing opposition parties have already started targeting. They are making issue out of it, saying that now you've sacked Mahua Moitra from Lok Sabha a few days back. Now this is a biggest national security issue with what Pratap Simha did. So what action government is planning to take on him?
All right, Arun, please stay with us on the broadcast. Let me quickly try and cut across to my colleague Arunima as well. She's joining us on the broadcast. She's been reporting from outside the Parliament, giving us a sense about what exactly is happening there. Arunima, ever since that incident unfolded roughly around 12:40 p.m., what has happened so far? What is it that we know? A brief, lowdown about the chain of events that have unfolded.
Before I go to and show you the kind of bandobast that is being done, you can see these yellow, tapes that have been put in by Delhi police. And meanwhile, Member of Parliament from Jharkhand, from Rajya Sabha is also here with me. Ma'am, आप प्रताप सिम्हा से सवाल पूछे जा रहे हैं, तो क्या प्रोटोकॉल होता है जब किसी का विजिटर पास बनाता है कोई मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट? क्या पर्सनली ऑथेंटिकेट करता है? क्या प्रोसीजर होता है? क्या लैप्स हो सकता है यहाँ पे?
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात कि जिन्होंने साइन किया और जिनके फॉर्म पे साइन किया, उनको पर्सनली जानना चाहिए कि भाई हम किसको भेज रहे हैं, वो कितना उस पर कितना भरोसा किया जा सकता है, उसके बाद ही साइन करना चाहिए। अब उन्होंने क्यों ऐसा किया, हम लोग तो ये सोच रहे हैं कि पूरा देश जिसमें 140 करोड़ जनता है, अब वो अपनी सुरक्षा के बारे में सोच रहे होंगे कि जो उनके प्रहरी हैं, जिनको उन्होंने वोट दिया, जो सरकार है, वो खुद अपनी सुरक्षा नहीं कर पाते हैं पार्लियामेंट में, तो वो देश की सुरक्षा क्या करेंगे? पूरी दुनिया हंस रही होगी कि बार बार यहाँ अटैक होता है किसी ना किसी रूप में। वो तो गनीमत थी कि उनके पास उस तरह का कोई हथियार या जहरीला गैस नहीं था, नहीं तो अब तक बहुत बड़ी घटना हो गई होती। और अब तक अगर ये कोई विपक्ष के व्यक्ति के सिग्नेचर से अंदर आए गए होते, तो जैसा त्वरित ये लोग कार्रवाई करते हैं, मुझे लगता है अब तक उस संसद सदस्य की सदस्यता रद्द हो गई होती।
All right. So Pratap Simha has already met the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, but the opposition is continuing to target him. To give you a sense of what's happening on the ground, I have shown you how Delhi police has put in yellow tape on this entire area. I'll also show you the forensic markings here. These are markings that have been made by the forensic department. This one says second spot. I'll take you ahead to the first spot. is the first spot. That is where out of the two people who were spotted outside, the first one actually picked up the canister here, and the marking says so. There's some evidence that have been picked up from here, and there's a third spot which has been marked here as well, because when the suspects were being taken away, there were some evidence that were dropped, and all this area has now been cordoned off. This entire area is not, people are not being allowed to come in, and you can see the Parliament House building just across the road from here. This is the Dwar from where the Prime Minister enters, so very, very high security zone. The forensic team van is still on standby on my right. That's the forensic team van. More and more forensic team personnel are expected here to carry out searches, scientific investigation, which can then be used as evidence against the people who have been detained. Meanwhile, here, both inside and outside Parliament, MPs continue to question how did such a breach happen. This is the gate. You can see the Parliament security officials standing. This is the gate from where passes are made. Even that has been cleared off completely. Not many people are being allowed to stand here. The Parliament security staff on its toes after this incident.
All right. Thank you, Arunima, for putting all of that into perspective, getting his voices from the ground. A 360-degree view of everything that has transpired, the exclusive visuals that we're getting for you. All the voices here on CNN News 18. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. Stay with us. This remains our top focus.
Major breach. Never in the history of Parliament. Because, Ayushman, whenever we also enter Parliament, we are thoroughly checked. Everything is checked. All our equipment are checked. Even, officials are not even allowed to carry their chargers and their mobile chargers with them. That's the kind of security that you really have around Parliament. This is very, very shocking for everybody who has seen it. And of course, the YSR MP who was there on the floor of the House telling us the first-hand witness over there.
Absolutely. Let's recap for our viewers what we've learned so far, ladies and gentlemen. Two youth jumped from the visitors gallery. They burst crackers. They sprayed something inside on the floor of the house. Yellow fumes came out and they were shouting slogans, but we are not aware of what slogans they were shouting inside Parliament. That is the big piece of breaking news that's coming in. Those visuals on your screen, these were two youth who jumped from the visitors gallery. There was a massive security breach. They burst crackers, they sprayed some yellow fumes, and they were shouting slogans, and we don't know what slogans they were shouting. Payal was speaking to the YSRCP MP over there. They were saying that there was such a racket inside the floor of the house that they were unaware of what they were shouting. But as you can see in those visuals, ladies and gentlemen, they are jumping across the tables. These are two youth who jumped from the visitors gallery. Remember, as my colleague Payal is also pointing out, a lot of vetting goes through when it comes to allowing people into the visitors gallery, but not just the fact that these two youth jumped from the visitors gallery, they were carrying firecrackers as well as sprays. They sprayed yellow fumes inside Parliament on the floor of the House, and they were shouting slogans. I'm joined by my colleague Anvit Srivastava, who's getting us more details when it comes to this major security breach inside Parliament. Anvit, over to you.
Yeah, see, the initial that we are getting from the police is the police are saying that the elements that have been used inside the Parliament is said to be the color bomb that is usually used on Holi. This is what the police are saying. Those officers who are on spot, and they have conveyed it to senior officials that it has been found that these were color bombs that have been used inside the Parliament. But the police are saying that they are still to verify whether it was only color bombs and what was the intention behind it. Because see, this police are saying that as far as initial investigation is concerned, they have only found color bombs here, which are usually used on Holi festival. But there are senior officials at spot. Some persons have also been detained, and police are trying to find out what are these bombs actually, whether or not, because it is also being said that a matchstick was used to fire them. So how did these things get inside? That will also come into the picture. But initial point is to find out if anyone has been, if any injury has been sustained by anyone. First of all, then what was the object used? Police are saying that it could be in all possibility just the color bombs, and also police will rule out all other dangers that could be. And so the police force has been moved towards the parliament. The security men who were there on the cordon and also on the inside are at the spot right now. The spot is being inspected in detail, and police will come out with more details. But initial, the duty of the police would here be to cordon the entire area and to find out exactly what elements were used and whether or not any other person has sustained any injury. Eventually, a case will also be registered if need be, and if anything dangerous is found. Because even if it was a color bomb and a matchstick was used to light it, Explosive Act will be enforced here, and those who have been, those who have been detained, their roles will be further examined, and then initially the police action will be initiated, or the FIR, whatever legal action will be required, that will be done. But the police senior officers that are on the spot, they are telling right now that the primary focus is to find out if anyone has sustained injury and what was these holy bombs that the police are saying that had been used inside the parliament, and how big is the security breach that has been.
News now, there seems to be a security breach in the Lok Sabha.
Welcome back, and we continue to keep our focus on that big story emanating from the parliament, where there has been a serious security breach when 4 intruders caused mayhem on the floor of the house. There was smoke that was emanating. All those 4 individuals have been taken into detention by the special cell of Delhi Police, which was investigating the matter. We got you exclusive voices, visuals that tell you the story as to how it really panned out. Pratap Simha, one of the MP of the BJP, on whose approval or pass of sorts these people actually got access to the parliament, has also explained his position to the Parliamentary Affairs Minister and also to the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker's office. Meanwhile, the security of the Parliament has been tightened. Restricted entry is going to be allowed for the next few days. First, it will be figured out how these individuals were able to take these harmful substances inside the parliament when there is such thorough security and check. Pallavi is with us on the broadcast to give us more details on this entire story. Pallavi, the voices that you're hearing, what will happen from here on? Is there a thorough review of the security apparatus that would be done?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, even as we speak, the floor leaders meeting is going on with the speaker, and clearly there is a much outrage among the members of parliament, because they are pointing out that it's not just a security breach, but something worse could have happened, and especially horribly on a day like today. And who can forget 2001, the parliament attack? This is supposed to have been a bastion of complete deep security, and that bastion seems to have been breached today, even though we are being told there was no terror angle or terror attack to it. But this is going to be a huge pressure, because today, of course, the Home Minister is not there. The Prime Minister, of course, is also not there. So when the Home Minister comes tomorrow, there's already this demand coming in from the opposition MPs, and the Home Minister himself has to issue a statement. So there is going to be a review of the security situation there. And also, even as we are speaking, the investigation, interrogation of the 2 people who were picked up from inside the parliament, that is going on. The forensics team was already there. You're seeing the barricading, which we are all reporting about, the banners which have been put up in and around this area, and it's become like an almost chavni where no one is being allowed in. The police has been taken up the entire area, so barring the media over here, no one has been allowed to move around freely. There are already protocols in place. For example, the visitors gallery passes have been stopped, and as Payal has been reporting, apart from the ministers, no MP can now take his official staff inside. That's the kind of scrutiny. I think we can wait to hear by later tonight or possibly tomorrow if the Home Minister or the Speaker themselves address the Member of Parliament and give them a reassurance of what more stringent steps and measures will be taken up.
What consistent measures can be taken up? What is it that the security system of the parliament, which is one of a multi-layered security system, one of the most stringent ones that you have? Pallavi was earlier pointing out in her reportage how every bottle, every mobile phone, anything that you take inside the parliament is thoroughly checked. Pallavi, in your experience of covering parliament for decades, this is indeed a very serious security breach that has happened. Minus the terror attack that we saw about 22 years ago, has there been any security breach of this nature that comes to your mind?
Well, there have been occasions which were seen as a breach of protocol. For example, I remember when the entire Telangana agitation was going on, there were MPs, protesting MPs who came out with pepper sprays that were sprayed along. Those were seen as in-house kind of protests which are taking place. And outside a breach of security, I think the biggest one of them all, of course, was 2001 Parliament attack. And after that, something like today, when you had rank outsiders in terms of 2 visitors being able to come in easily, sneak in that color color cylinder with them, and it's quite big in size. You know, it is this big actually, Anusha, which they put it inside their shoe. And obviously it also goes on to show that right from here where you go in, there is a proper body scan of frisking also which takes place. Clearly that has not really happened. There was no proper body frisking which was taking place, which is why it was very difficult for them to even decipher or figure out that there was this cylinder which was being taken and sneaked in by these two visitors over here. So there are these obvious telltale signs that despite a biometric system, RF tags, not all is very pukhta or absolutely in control as far as the security arrangements are concerned. And this is something which worries every member of parliament. And you know, if you look at the situation today, it does look the vulnerability is something which comes out. You know, when we go inside to cover the parliament and when we were allowed to take our cameras inside, our VJs, for example, were thoroughly frisked. Every equipment was opened, was checked, our tripod stand, the cameras, the mics, the batteries, the works. And we are allowed to take our cell phones, but only till the outside premises. If we want to go into the press gallery, you're not allowed to take your cell phones inside. Leave alone even papers. I remember in front of me it happened, but there were two visitors who by mistake dropped a sheaf of paper into the Lok Sabha. It was outrage. Pranab Mukherjee at that point of time was the leader of the House, and you know, there was a huge outrage over this fact. So there are these protocols in place, but clearly all of that was completely violated today, early this morning.
All right, Pallavi. Thank you for getting us that perspective and, you know, that entire context and how the security system really is. And if somebody can hide a canister in their shoe, there's something terribly wrong and a huge flaw that has happened that indeed needs to be addressed. My colleague Arunima with this ground report with the forensics team. Please have a look.
Team has come outside Parliament. They are measuring the exact spot where the suspects were. They have put in the marking saying suspected associate articles were found here. The measurements are being taken. It is being photographed. The entire act is being videographed. You're seeing the yellow tapes have been put in there because this is the area from where the yellow canister was seen. And, you know, this entire area has been taped out. The spots where any kind of evidence can be found. You can see there written rescue, where there are some red markings, and next to that it says rescue. Then it says suspected articles, and it is being, you know, rubbed here. Rajesh, just show it here. Details are being, you know, recalibrated in this area. Let me show you what's happening ahead also. There are forensic boxes in which evidence is being collected. These are boxes of the forensic teams where the evidence is being gathered. There are these, you know, gloved personnel here who are carrying small plastic bags. Rajesh, just show that small plastic bag in his hand. This side, yes, the small plastic bag in his hand, yes. That is the bag in which smaller particles of the evidence are being collected. There are bigger bags here where bigger particles are being created. So this entire area, every piece of evidence is being collected. This area is being sanitized. The reason this is important is to ascertain what is the kind of chemical that was used. All we know is that a yellow colored canister was utilized outside, and some spray was used inside, but it needs to be chemically tested, and that's the process that is being carried out here.
And Jairam Ramesh has posted on the social media platform X, and this is on the security breach. INDIA parties, the opposition parties, walked out of the Rajya Sabha this afternoon on the issue of extraordinary events in the Lok Sabha today and the refusal of Home Minister to make a statement on the matter, especially after such a huge security breach has taken place. That's what Jairam Ramesh has said on X, and he also points out how 21 years ago a similar attack on Parliament had happened. Cutting across to my colleague Pallavi, who's with us on the broadcast. Pallavi, the criticism coming in from Jairam Ramesh.
Well, we were just talking about this a short while back, Anusha. Initially, no politics being done. Everyone wanted to stand united. But now, clearly, the opposition parties will make this an issue because this is a security breach. We already have the Trinamool Congress, which issued a statement. We also have now Jairam Ramesh tweeting to go on to say that the entire opposition walked out of Rajya Sabha because of what happened today. Now, that floor leaders meeting is going on. That pressure is going on the Speaker. But more than that, now the pressure is going to mount on the Home Minister to issue issue a statement when he comes into Lok Sabha tomorrow. What went wrong? Remember 2001 when the parliament attack had taken place? That is something which the Congress has never allowed the BJP to forget, to make the point that every time you talk to us about national security and national interest and the fact that we had a weak anti-terror policy, look at what happened during your time. I think it's pretty much now also the same point is going to be made by the opposition parties on the attack on the Home Minister and on the government. That just goes on to show that as far as the security is concerned, this government is not there at all. So we will see some more politics being played out over this, definitely from tomorrow onwards, when both the PM and the Home Minister are expected to be inside the Lok Sabha.
Absolutely. Pallavi, so far, the tone and the manner in which various political parties have reacted on this entire incident has not been bipartisan in nature. In fact, we saw when Speaker Om Birla spoke about this incident, he said everybody is taking it very seriously. But do you anticipate political attacks and counter-attacks, especially with the tone Jairam Ramesh has adopted?
You're absolutely right. I think it's already begun and this is going to gain momentum over the next few days, and perhaps the rest of the parliament session will be all about this. It's no small incident, Anusha, so therefore I can understand why the opposition parties would want to make this an issue. There are important bills, for example, which is going to be lined up for next week. The opposition is going to seize this opportunity to keep on attacking the government on this, keep on attacking the Home Minister. Remember, there has always been this issue, and one point which the BJP has often used against the UPA is on what they call the weak anti-terror policy. That there were so many terror attacks which took place when the UPA was in power, none whatsoever when the BJP has been in power at the centre, the Prime Minister himself having said it. What happened today is something which the Congress party, the Trinamool Congress, especially ahead of the India Front Alliance meeting on 19, ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha election, will use it to take pot shots. So politics has begun. It's going to gain momentum even more tomorrow.
It will gain more momentum. Pallavi, please stay with us on the broadcast. Gurjeet Singh, he is one of the Congress MP who caught the intruder on the floor of the House. My colleague Aman in conversation with him. Please listen.
सर 0 आवर खत्म होने को था, मेरा 17वां नंबर था, मैं बोल के हट गया और हाउस सर्जन होने वाला था, तभी एकदम गैलरी से आवाज आई कि ये कूद के कुछ बचाओगी अलग थी हुई, तो हमने देखा कि कुछ 2 आदमी नीचे कूदे हैं और एक आदमी स्पीकर की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। उसी समय वहां से आगे सांसद थे, बेनीवाल थी, उन्होंने उसको पकड़ लिया। मैंने देखा था कि 2 हैं, तो मैंने उसको ढूंढा जो दूसरा था, तो वो उतनी देर में उसने वो जो भी स्मोक बम था वो निकाल लिया, उसके जूते में था मेरा।
आप कह रहे जूते के सोल में लगा?
वो भी जूता ही खोल रहा था ना।
अच्छा।
वो जो पकड़ा नहीं इन्होंने, वो भी जूता ही खोल रहा था, तो वो फिर मेरा ख्याल जूते में होगा, उसने निकाल के वो शुरू कर दिया। तो फिर उतनी देर में
अपना हाथ दिखाइए, ये हाथ जो है सर का बिल्कुल येलो कलर है, जिस तरह जो कैनिस्टर उन्होंने पकड़ा और
वो गर्म था थोड़ा, तो वो हाथापाई होकर।
जी सर, सीधा कर दीजिए हाथ, जरा दिख जाएगा जी। दिस इज द येलो कलर विच वॉज emanating from that smoke canister which the attacker had in parliament, and Mr. Aujla very bravely caught him. आपको सर लगा नहीं कि क्या होगा ये सीधा आपने पकड़ लिया?
ये हमारे में इतना दिन सोचने का तो कम ही होता है, हम तो ये देखते हैं कि इस समय एक्शन क्या लेना चाहिए जी। अभी तो मेरे को क्या पता था उसके पास क्या है क्या नहीं है, लेकिन हमने देश के लिए, हमारा तिरंगा, हमारी पार्लियामेंट है, ये हमारा स्वाभिमान है, तो इसके लिए तो हमारे चाहे बॉर्डर हो चाहे पार्लियामेंट हो, हमारा काम करे वही है जी। ये देश के साथ, देश के तिरंगे के लिए कुछ भी होगा हम जान देने
खुश है। अपने जो कुलीग है, मतलब ये हिम्मत करना, उसमें कुछ भी हो सकता था, ये थोड़ी पता था भी उसमें क्या है, कोई भी गैस हो सकती थी। अपना जीवन दांव पे लगाते हुए देश के लिए, पार्लियामेंट के लिए, जैसे आज से जब वाजपेयी गवर्नमेंट थी जी, तकरीबन 2001 में शायद, ये उसी टाइम भी यहाँ शहादतें दी थी देशवासियों ने, उसी तरीके आज भी औजला साहब ने, ये हमें आज बहुत एज ए पंजाबी बहुत खुशी है भी इन्होंने ये काम किया, और उसे क्योंकि वो सीधा स्पीकर साहब की चेयर की तरफ जाना चाह रहा था जी, चेयर में कुछ भी वो जाके कर सकता था, जो इन्होंने नहीं होने दिया। इसलिए सारी पार्टियों ने आज, स्पीकर साहब ने, सबने इनको इस चीज की मुबारकबाद दी है, और आगे मैं सबको कहूंगा जरूर अक्रॉस दी पार्टी लाइन, गवर्नमेंट को भी, एमपी खास तौर के, क्योंकि मनोबल ही है ना देश के लिए, इन्होंने कहा इन्हें जितना भी सम्मान देना चाहिए वो कम होगा।
थैंक यू।
We'll continue tracking this story. We'll continue getting you all the voices and reactions here on CNN News 18. For now, slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned, stay with us.
person has jumped from the visitors gallery of the Lok Sabha. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. We'll try to get some more details, but what we are learning is that there seems to have been a security breach in the Lok Sabha where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. That's the latest that's coming in from Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. That's a big piece of breaking news where there seems to have been a security breach in the lower house of Parliament where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. We'll try to get some more details when it comes to what has happened inside Parliament, but what we are learning is that a person seems to have jumped from the visitors gallery. This is a huge security breach in the Lok Sabha, and also we've got access to those visuals. We'll play them out very soon for you. There seems to have been a security breach in the Lok Sabha where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. This is a huge piece of news that's coming in where the breach has also been caught on camera where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery in the Lok Sabha. That's the piece of news that's coming in. Those visuals will get you very soon, ladies and gentlemen, where a massive security breach has now been reported from the lower house of Parliament where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. Remember, the visitors gallery open to members of the public, but they go through a massive security vetting when it comes to entering the lower house of Parliament. Now what we are learning is that a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. Those visuals on your screen where it seems that a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. A massive security breach, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the proceedings inside the house. Those visuals on your screen where it seems you can see the person just jumping from the benches, jumping from the visitors gallery, then jumping across the benches. Those visuals on your screen where the person, as you can see, the security officials are also trying to chase him down, to corner him and to contain him and to restrain him as the person is jumping across the benches. A massive security breach inside Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Those dramatic visuals on your screen, you can see the person jumping from the visitors gallery and then just jumping across those benches, and as he's being cornered by those security officials. I'm joined by my colleague Payal Mehta on the broadcast, who's getting us this piece of breaking news. Payal, give us the details.
Well, I'm going to just tell you some details, and I'm joined by a member of Parliament from the YSR Congress, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, who was there on the floor of the House, and we'll ask him what really happened. Sir, what really happened?
Two youth, they jumped from the gallery into the hall, into the house. So they have lit two crackers. They were around 15 centimeters length, and they were yellow in color. It was throwing out huge fumes. We were terrified that it could be some poisonous gas, and we were also terrified that it could be some bomb. So immediately our colleague members of Parliament and the security people overpowered them, and both the people were dragged out of the house.
Any idea, was it shouting out any slogans? Did they shout slogans against?
Yeah, they were shouting, but we could not. It was not clear for us. So we were all concentrating on the thing in their hand. We thought they were trying to throw it at some person, and one short fellow, he was trying to go to the speaker. So immediately some Lok Sabha member, he was a Sikh, he immediately overpowered him, and he was dragged outside.
Is this something like this that one has seen for the longest in Parliament? Because I don't remember seeing anything like this in Parliament ever.
No, I have never seen, we have never heard, and this is very serious security breach, and even people who we get, they don't allow anything. But
that person was trying to hide something in his shoe. Is that something which happened?
Maybe he has taken one matchstick from the shoe and then he lit the cracker.
All right, Ayushman, an eyewitness speaking to us, telling us what really happened. It's a major breach, never in the history of Parliament. Because, Ayushman, whenever we also enter Parliament, we are thoroughly checked. Everything is checked. All our equipment are checked. Even, officials are not even allowed to carry their chargers and their mobile chargers with them. That's the kind of security that you really have around Parliament. This is very, very shocking for everybody who has seen it. And of course, the YSR MP who was there on the floor of the House telling us the first-hand witness over there.
Absolutely. Let's recap for our viewers what we've learned so far, ladies and gentlemen. Two youth jumped from the visitors gallery. They burst crackers. They sprayed something inside on the floor of the house. Yellow fumes came out and they were shouting slogans, but we are not aware of what slogans they were shouting inside Parliament. That is the big piece of breaking news that's coming in. Those visuals on your screen, these were two youth who jumped from the visitors gallery. There was a massive security breach. They burst crackers, they sprayed some yellow fumes, and they were shouting slogans, and we don't know what slogans they were shouting. Payal was speaking to the YSRCP MP over there. They were saying that there was such a racket inside the floor of the house that they were unaware of what they were shouting. But as you can see in those visuals, ladies and gentlemen, they are jumping across the tables. These are two youth who jumped from the visitors gallery. Remember, as my colleague Payal is also pointing out, a lot of vetting goes through when it comes to allowing people into the visitors gallery, but not just the fact that these two youth jumped from the visitors gallery, they were carrying firecrackers as well as sprays. They sprayed yellow fumes inside Parliament on the floor of the House, and they were shouting slogans. I'm joined by my colleague Anwar Srivastava, who's getting us more details when it comes to this major security breach inside Parliament. Anwar, over to you.
Yeah, see, the initial that we are getting from the police is the police are saying that the elements that have been used inside the parliament is said to be the color bomb that is usually used on Holi. This is what the police are saying. Those officers who are on spot, and they have conveyed it to senior officials that it has been found that these were color bombs that have been used inside the parliament. But the police are saying that, they are still to verify whether it was only color bombs and what was the intention behind it. Because see, police are saying that as far as initial investigation is concerned, they have only found color bombs here, which are usually used on Holi festival. But there are senior officials at spot. Some persons have also been detained, and police are trying to find out what are these bombs actually, whether or not, because it is also being said that a matchstick was used to fire them. So how did these things get inside? That will also come into the picture. But initial point is to find out if anyone has been.
Well, we'll put out 4 set of visuals for you that will narrate to you the story of what really transpired on the floor of the House. Well, look at this visual right now. This is one intruder. He jumps onto the benches where the Member of Parliament are sitting, and that's when the members really get worried and really cautioned about what is likely to follow from here on. You can see the speaker, the chair also getting very concerned about who particularly this intruder is. That's when this particular Member of Parliament was really speaking. That's the first set of events, first visual that we are showing you. This particular image tells you the smoke bomb inside a canister that was hidden in a shoe and that was taken on the floor of the House. And the third set of visuals will tell you when MPs actually catch this intruder, they try and get him under control, they nab him so that he can be handed over to the security of the Parliament. That visual tells you how that particular intruder was caught by the Member of Parliament and then he was handed over to the security officials. Let's move on to another visual right now. The smoke emanating here tells you about the kind of serious security breach that has happened. These were 4 intruders in different places inside the Parliament complex, and then you see a smoke bomb that was there. They spoke about unemployment, they spoke about various other issues, also chanted Bharat Mata Ki Jai and various other slogans. They have been apprehended. We get you this exclusive conversation with Rajinder Agarwal. He was the person occupying the chair at that point in time. Listen in to what he had to say in an exclusive conversation with Rahul Shivshankar.
आप कैसे हैं? पहले तो ये बताइए कि जो हाउस में हो रहा था, आपने ऑब्वियसली विटनेस किया था सर, इसमें क्या हुआ? व्हाट एक्चुअली हैपेंड? आपने क्या देखा?
Two guys jumped into the house.
Right.
And initially I thought that someone was fallen from the visitors gallery, but then another boy was trying to jump into the house. In the meantime, all the members became conscious of their presence, all the security officers also, and I had to adjourn the house immediately. Then we took control of those boys, captured them. Initially, all the MPs did their work. There was no panic, that much I can say. There was, of course, some disturbance, there was some disorder, but not panic at all. So initially the honorable members and then security guards, they all captured them and took away from the house. And I think it was done within half a minute or 1 minute. So that was it. The one boy was trying to get out something from his shoes. Possibly that was the smoke powder, and he did do that thing that all the house was filled by that smoke.
But another person seemed to have, the other intruders seemed to have set off some sort of a munition, because we saw this yellow haze in the house, sir.
No, yellow haze, that is the smoke. Possibly they brought that, and it was not very harmful, as the smoke was smoke, and there was some irritation also, but not that harmful. Possibly because of this, this could not be traced by the security officers. Now they will check what type of things that they can.
Yes, don't you think this was a...
We'll continue getting you all the exclusive voices here on CNN News 18. For now, slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned, stay with us.
In kind of any injury has been sustained by anyone, first of all, then what was the object used? Police are saying that it could be in all possibility just the color bombs, and also police will rule out all other dangers that could be, and so the police force has been moved towards the parliament. The security men who were there on the cordon and also on the inside are at the spot right now. The spot is being inspected in detail, and police will come out with more details. But initial, the duty of the police would here be to cordon the entire area and to find out exactly what elements were used and whether or not any other person has sustained any injury. Eventually, a case will also be registered if need be, and if anything dangerous is found. Because even if it was a color bomb and a matchstick was used to light it, Explosive Act will be enforced here, and those who have been, those who have been detained, their roles will be further examined, and then initially the police action will be initiated, or the FIR, whatever the legal action will be required, that will be done. But the police senior officers that are on the spot, they are telling right now that the primary focus is to find out if anyone has sustained injury, and what was these holy bombs that the police are saying that had been used inside the parliament, and how big is the security breach that has been.
News now, there seems to be a security breach in the Lok Sabha, ladies and gentlemen, where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery of the Lok Sabha. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. We'll try to get some more details, but what we are learning is that there seems to have been a security breach in the Lok Sabha, where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. That's the latest that's coming in from Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. That's a big piece of breaking news, where there seems to have been a security breach in the lower house of Parliament, where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. We'll try to get some more details when it comes to what has happened inside Parliament, but what we are learning is that a person seems to have jumped from the visitors gallery. This is a huge security breach in the Lok Sabha, and also we've got access to those visuals. We'll play them out very soon for you. There seems to have been a security breach in the Lok Sabha, where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. This is a huge piece of news that's coming in, where the breach has also been caught on camera, where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery in the Lok Sabha. That's the piece of news that's coming in. Those visuals will get you very soon, ladies and gentlemen, where a massive security breach has now been reported from the lower house of Parliament, where a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. Remember, the visitors gallery open to members of the public, but they go through a massive security vetting when it comes to entering the lower house of Parliament. Now what we are learning is that a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. Those visuals on your screen, where it seems that a person has jumped from the visitors gallery. A massive security breach, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the proceedings inside the house. Those visuals on your screen, where it seems you can see the person just jumping from the benches, jumping from the visitors gallery, then jumping across the benches. Those visuals on your screen, where the person, as you can see, the security officials are also trying to chase him down, to corner him, and to contain him and to restrain him, as the person is jumping across the benches. A massive security breach inside Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Those dramatic visuals on your screen, you can see the person jumping from the visitors gallery and then just jumping across those benches, and as he's being cornered by those security officials. I'm joined by my colleague Payal Mehta on the broadcast, who's getting us this piece of breaking news. Payal, give us the details.
Well, I'm going to just tell you some details, and I'm joined by a member of Parliament from the YSR Congress, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, who was there on the floor of the House, and we'll ask him what really happened. Sir, what really happened?
Two youths, they jumped from the gallery into the hall, into the house. So they have lit two crackers. They were around 15 centimeters length, and they were yellow in color. It was throwing out huge fumes. We were terrified that it could be some poisonous gas, and we were also terrified that it could be some bomb. So immediately our colleague members of parliament and security people overpowered them, and both the people were dragged out of the house.
Any idea, was it shouting out any slogans? Did they shout slogans against
everybody? They were shouting, but we could not, it was not clear for us. So we were all concentrating on the thing in their hand. We thought they were trying to throw it at some person. And one short fellow, he was trying to go to the speaker. So immediately some Lok Sabha member, he was a Sikh, he immediately overpowered him and he was dragged outside.
Is this something like this that one has seen for the longest in Parliament? Because I don't remember seeing anything like this in Parliament ever.
No, I have never seen, we have never heard. And this is very serious security breach. And even people who we get, they don't allow anything. But
that person was trying to hide something in his shoe. Is that something which happened?
Maybe he has taken one matchstick from the shoe and then he lit the cracker.
All right, Ayushman, an eyewitness speaking to us, telling us what really happened. It's a major breach. Never in the history of Parliament. Because, Ayushman, whenever we also enter Parliament, we are thoroughly checked. Everything is checked. All our equipment are checked. Even, officials are not even allowed to carry their chargers and their mobile chargers with them. That's the kind of security that you really have around Parliament. This is very, very shocking for everybody who has seen it. And of course, the Vice MP who was there on the floor of the House telling us the first-hand witness over there.
Absolutely. Let's recap for our viewers what we've learned so far, ladies and gentlemen. Two youth jumped from the visitors gallery. They burst crackers. They sprayed something inside on the floor of the house. Yellow fumes came out and they were shouting slogans, but we are not aware of what slogans they were shouting inside Parliament. That is the big piece of breaking news that's coming in. Those visuals on your screen, these were two youth who jumped from the visitors gallery.
Good evening. You're watching The Nation at 5 right here on CNN News 18. My name is Toya Singh. It is a Wednesday evening, and this evening, we are of course keeping our focus through the entire show on a major security breach that took place in the Parliament just a few hours ago. Two men entered into the Lok Sabha. They were carrying canisters that were emitting yellow gas. They were shouting, "Tanashahi nahi chalegi." This dictatorship will not go on. Now, the two men were taken into custody. Apart from that, two people outside the Lok Sabha were also taken into custody. We're going to take a much deeper dive into this entire story. What were the security protocols that were breached over here? You need to pass to enter the Parliament, for example. You then have to go through multiple security checks on the way. There are 3 metal scanners that they were able to pass through with those canisters. How did they do that? Big questions still remain in this story, and we're going to focus on that and a lot more in just a few minutes. Right now, though, on your screens, we're going to be playing out for you the visuals, and you can perhaps see them in just a second from now. In those visuals, you can see those two people making their way, two men making their way. As you can see, one of them is wearing a black jacket. He has this canister that he pulls out from his shoe. They seem to have put those canisters in their shoes. One canister has white gas, one canister has yellow-green gas. The canisters start releasing the gas, the men are shouting the slogans, and then they're fought down and taken into custody. Now that's the sequence of events. I'm going to keep showing you those visuals on your screens right now. We'll also have reporters join us in just a little while from now to bring us a lot more context. Remember, one of the angles that we're focusing on here is that this entire incident has taken place on the anniversary of the 2001 parliamentary attack. It's important to note here that after the 2001 incident, the entire security apparatus of the Parliament underwent a comprehensive overhaul. There are now 4 different stages to the entire security apparatus. The Delhi police has a special cell that in fact looks after all of the Parliament's security. We're telling you this just so that we can get a deeper look at what failed over here. Which of these stages actually failed? Did they in fact all fail? There's in fact a Joint Secretary of Security that also overlooks these entire efforts. There's a parliamentarian that is supposed to sign the pass of anyone who's allowed inside the Lok Sabha. Who was the parliamentarian that did this? How did they do this? Why did they do this? Did they not do a proper background protocol check? These are some of the questions that we're going to be looking at today. Now we have a few reporters who are joining us on this story. Before we go to them, I do want to bring you the context. These are reporters who've been covering the Parliament for years now. So we're going to go over to them to understand from them more about their own experiences in the last few years covering the Parliament. What are the kind of security protocols that are in place? To understand more of that, take a look. First, this is the visual of the inside of the Lok Sabha and exactly what happened.
सभा की कार्यवाही 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
वाली लोगों के लिए भी है।
सभा की कार्यवाही 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
बच्चों में रहने वाली लोगों के लिए भी है।
सभा की कार्यवाही 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
रहने वाली लोगों के लिए भी है।
सभा की कार्यवाही 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
बच्चों में रहने वाली लोगों के लिए भी है।
सभा की कार्यवाही 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Okay, as I promised earlier, we have multiple reporters joining us to bring us context on these stories, and these are all reporters who've been covering the parliament for years now, so they're very, very familiar with every aspect of this entire story. Payal and Pallavi both are joining us right now. Pallavi Ghosh, Payal Mehta, both to bring us more context on all of these developments. Let's go over first to my colleague Payal to understand. Payal, opposition asking where the statement from the Home Ministry is, a statement explaining what exactly happened, how that breach took place. Can you tell our audiences if there's any timeline there?
Well, as far as the Home Minister and the Home Minister's statement is concerned, one must understand that the Home Minister is currently travelling. He was in Chhattisgarh for the oath-taking ceremony of the Chief Minister there. The Home Minister, we're given to understand, will come back as soon as possible to the national capital. He is expected to be in Parliament in some time from now. He obviously will be looking at all the details that are available. Because remember, the Delhi police and, of course, all the security apparatus, they report to him. But, you know, of course, the Lok Sabha Speaker has had a meeting with the Delhi police. And he's also had a meeting with multiple rounds of security in Parliament. So one has to see what comes out of it. But the Home Secretary was immediately rushed to Parliament. He was seen going out of Parliament, just a short while ago. And currently the Lok Sabha Speaker is holding a meeting of all the floor leaders of various political parties. He's going to brief them, but we are expecting that some sort of statement will come in from the government. But the statement does not happen, when the parties want. The statement always happens on the floor of the House. So you can expect the statement to come in sometime tomorrow from, of course, the Home Minister or somebody from the Home Ministry. At least at some stage in Parliament tomorrow.
Okay, let's go over now to the two other colleagues we have joining us right now, my colleague Arunima and my colleague Pallavi Ghosh. Let's go over to my colleague Arunima right now, who also tracks the security protocol and the Home Ministry's developments. Let's go over to her to understand more. Arunima, can you tell our audiences, we know that after the 2001 parliamentary attack, there was an entire overhaul of the security system. Now there's a 4-layer system in place. Can you first tell our audiences about what these two people who entered the parliament had to breach? Then we'll ask you further questions.
Okay, so there's perimeter security. You see, this is the building, that's the new parliament building. This one is the old parliament building, and there are various gates which are manned by these men in their fatigues. You see them? They are these CRPF men who really man the perimeter security. If you walk towards this particular gate, you see one gentleman in black. He's part of the parliamentary security team, and the one next to him is from the CRPF. So usually the parliament security team is inside that gate. That's the gate which says pedestrians. That's the gate from where the parliamentary security team takes over. There are access gates there. So the first round of frisking happens inside that gate. There are metal detectors and there are X-ray scanning machines which scan your baggages. That's the gate from which you're scanning, you enter. So the layer 2 of security, so to say, is there. On the right here, I don't know if you can see that board, reception office, Parliament House. So if anybody has to come with a query for a pass to be made, they go inside that reception office, get their pass made, come here to this gate, and then they enter after 2 layers of frisking. Then when they get inside the building, there are various gates in the old Parliament building and in the new Parliament building as well. There is the Gaj Dwar, there is the Hans Dwar. So at each gate when you enter, you are frisked, your photo identity card is checked, you are not allowed to enter with any foreign object. And then the visitors gallery is on the first floor. The chambers, the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha chambers are there on the ground floor. The visitors gallery on the first floor. Before you enter there, the last round of frisking happens. You are bodily checked by metal detectors. You are asked to deposit everything that you have. Mobiles have already been deposited by then. So that is what you have to go through before you enter. Now to think somebody after crossing these scanners, the metal detectors, the hand frisking could put in a foreign object in his shoes and then enter and then jump from the visitors gallery into the chamber and utilize that spray is something that is, unthinkable. Okay, and as I speak to you, you can see there are policemen on top of the, new Parliament building. They're carrying out scrutiny of the entire Parliament building. Rajesh is zooming in. So there is full check going in. Delhi Police Commissioner was here a short while ago. CRPF, which is the responsible for perimeter security, they were here. CRPF chief, Anish Dayal Singh was here a short while ago as well. So now they're all carrying out frisking of the, rooftop of the Parliament building to see if there is any security related risk there. And full security overhaul is on the card. How an MP issues the pass, what is the protocol to verify the credentials of the person you're recommending, that is up for overhaul as well.
Okay, Arunima, I just want to tell our audiences, Pallavi and our colleague Aruna also with us. But Arunima, I want to come back to you with another question. You obviously tracked the Home Ministry for us. We were asking Payal about a possible statement coming in from them. She pointed out that the Home Minister is currently travelling. Is a statement of some kind, though, still in the works?
Yes, it is expected. Tomorrow is the day when the criminal law amendment bills are expected. The criminal law amendments are the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2, the Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Kanun and the Sakshi Sanhita. So the Evidence Act, the CRPC and the IPC Amendment Act, so all of those will be brought in by the Home Minister tomorrow. He is expected to respond, and that could be utilized by the opposition to target him, to ask him questions, since he is the head of the Home Ministry. The CRPF reports to him, the Intelligence Bureau reports to him, the Delhi Police reports to him, the Parliamentary Security, even though it's a separate wing, or for all security related issues, ultimately it is the Home Minister and his ministry which...
Okay. Arunima, we'll just come back to you and all of the colleagues we have joining us on the ground right now. My colleague Shivani Gupta is going to bring us this conversation with Karti Chidambaram, the Congress MP. Take a look.
Thanks a lot for that. Let's go across to Karti Chidambaram, Congress MP, who was inside Parliament today when this breach of security took place. Karti, you were there. You, of course, have spoken to CNN News 18 earlier to talk about how serious and significant this security breach is, because that smoke bomb that was eventually used could have been any other form of powder or bomb. But I want to first begin by asking you, what were those moments like when you first realized that something like this has happened?
Initially, my reaction, I thought, was that somebody had fallen down from the visitors gallery. I thought an over-enthusiastic visitor had tipped over the railings and fallen down. That was my first reaction. As I was slated to speak, maybe one or two speakers later in the 0 hour, I was reviewing my notes and I heard a thud, and my reaction was that somebody had fallen down from the visitors gallery. But when he stood up and started jumping across the seats toward and running towards the speaker's chair. Mr. Rajendra Agarwal was in the speaker's chair. I realized that it was something much more than that, and I, along with many others, rushed towards him. By the time we reached him, he was overpowered by members in that area where he had jumped. But then he had pulled out a canister and emanated a yellow fume. And as he was doing that, another chap jumped down from the visitors gallery, and he did the same. As I said, the gas could have been something very lethal and toxic. It could have been sarin, it could have been anthrax, it could have been flammable. It could have been but it was an inert substance here at this instance. But the fact that if somebody can come in with a canister and let loose gas into this chamber, it raises very, very serious questions about the efficacy of the security protocols and the robustness of the system in Parliament.
You know, what has come under scrutiny, and I think there will be some sort of revisiting required now on this process, is the visitors' pass. Now, arguably, a lot of MPs issue these visitors' pass, and these gentlemen who entered inside Parliament had one on behalf of an MP. But clearly, it has exposed some lacunas.
I think you're focusing on the wrong aspect. You see, Parliament is the people's house. The citizens of this country have contributed in building this Parliament, and they have a right, and visitors must be allowed to come into Parliament.
I wasn't going to say that they shouldn't be allowed. I was just going to say that some lacuna has been found in how this process works, possibly.
No, the lacuna is the lacuna is in the security protocol of checking them and frisking them and having these scanners. This government always touts that they have imported some great technology to do scanners. They have face recognition software. They have all kinds of body scanners.
what kind of scanner do they have in their parliament? That is a question which must be asked. You know,
no, not just the technology that they have, but was it always, is it always used, or are, you know, corners being cut when it comes to the screening of visitors? That's the question that arises today.
No, screening of visitors, the MP has got nothing to do with the screening of visitors.
I mean the screening physically on ground, Karti. Physically on ground, you know, the metal detectors, the, you know, checking of the visitors, what are they carrying? Certainly that has come under scrutiny, not just the technology that is used, but is it even being done for everyone?
That is the elephant in the room. That is the elephant. The elephant in the room is the physical screening and the technology deployed to physically screen people. I agree. MPs must also now be much more cautious in issuing visitor passes. They must make sure that they verify before they sign off on visitor passes. But that being aside, the real elephant in the room is the physical security of the building and the premises, and the alacrity and the robustness and the response time of the security staff. The response time was very, very sloppy. I mean, there was the response was very slow, and that's where we need to really be focusing on. I understand the fact of, you know, let's not blame the entry pass as the culprit in this whole thing. That could be a factor. Maybe they could have exercised much more diligence in it, but the physical verification has to be done by the security staff, which is really Delhi Police, CRPF, etc.
No, I absolutely understand. I absolutely understand the distinction you're making. I was just about to point out that, you know, these are avenues of access to the parliament that can be misused by some, and therefore even the visitors pass, you know, entire protocol could be relooked at. But you feel that's not the issue. Fair enough. I do want to ask you, in your experience,
even when you sign off on the visitor pass, they have to give an ID. The ID is checked. So it's not as if, the visitor pass is a very small part. The visitor pass, after the visitor pass, you still go through physical security barriers, and that is where which have technology and are manned by Delhi Police and CRPF. That is where the problem is. Let's not divert from that and somehow blame.
No, fair enough. In your experience, as far as that on-ground security protocol is concerned, in your experience, what is lacking there? What would you like to see for it to be beefed up?
I am not a security expert. I am I'm sure there are people who know. But obviously, the scanners are not working. If somebody was suggesting these were plastic canisters, which means these scanners are not detecting plastic items brought in. If we are not detecting plastic canisters, you won't be able to detect plastic bombs. And if you can recollect, the Unabomber had a plastic bomb in his shoe. So that means that the technology they are deploying is not good enough, is not cutting edge. And so that again pokes holes in this government's claims of being very strong on security and strong in investing in technology.
Okay. On the issue of the pass, which you are saying is not really the main focus here, it should not be. It should be the on-ground security protocols and how best they are deployed. I do want to say that your India Alliance partner, the TMC, has kind of equated this, that the fact that the pass was given by a BJP MP, Mr. Pratap, they have equated that to the Mahua Moitra episode, suggesting that if Mahua Moitra can be expelled for, you know, bringing national security into doubt, then similar action should be taken. Do you agree with that?
No, I think that MP must definitely be asked about how he went about giving the pass to this particular person. But I know the practical ground realities and how passes work. I mean, sometimes you sign off passes even for other MPs or other people who come and who might not necessarily be from your constituency. You sign it off. So maybe then there should be a protocol saying that if you are signing off passes, it must be only for people from your own constituency. See, these are things which we can start strengthening it. But I said the elephant in the room is the physical and the technology deployed for security rather than more the pass. Yes, we can have certain protocols, but to somehow divert this whole thing onto the MP, I mean, in this instance, it's a BJP MP, and I still do not want to politic on that. And if it had been an MP from another political party, I know the predictable response from the BJP would have been, but I don't want to go down that path.
Okay, so you're saying there is no equivalence to be drawn, certainly not with the Mahua Moitra episode. Opinions on those episodes being notwithstanding.
Mahua Moitra should never have been expelled from parliament. Mahua Moitra should have never been expelled from parliament. I mean, I have waxed eloquent enough about it. The committee's findings were completely erroneous. It is unfortunate that the House relied on an erroneous report to expel her. So she should have never been expelled. So, I mean, leaving that aside, I don't want to put Pratap Simha under the bus, even though I might disagree with his politics. I don't wish to put him under the bus in this instance because I know practically how members sign off visitor passes.
I do want to ask, you were talking about how a lot of these parliamentarians rushed towards this intruder when they realized what was happening. In fact, a few of them caught him, maybe even gave him a few slaps, as we can see. That response from the parliamentarians itself is noteworthy, not really worried or scared, but actually they were the first line of defense today.
No, I think we all rushed in without understanding what it could have been. Even I rushed towards that spot where there was a big plume of gas. But it was, in hindsight, it wasn't the best thing to do. What if the gas was toxic?
Yes,
I wouldn't be here giving you this interview. So, but
well, we certainly hope nothing of that sort would ever happen.
At that moment, because at that time, we really thought it was just an, first we thought it was an accident, the first instant, and then it thought it was just a protester. We never, I in the wildest imagination didn't think that somebody could actually smuggle in a canister into Parliament. I didn't. So, because that is the kind of faith I had in the security, but obviously that faith has been completely broken today.
Having said that, while this is a wake-up call, and this also happened on the anniversary of the December 13 attack on Parliament over 2 decades ago, which was far, far more serious, it is a reminder that our Parliament continues to be vulnerable. Having said that, would you at least say as a parliamentarian yourself that there should be no politics played on this incident? That every party should be together in this?
Every party is together, but the responsibility lies with the government. Obviously, their claims of security and the claims of putting protocols and efficacy is hollow. I mean, there is apparently, I don't know for a fact, they say there are X number of parliamentary security staff sanctioned, but only so many are there. So I really don't know all that. It's really up to the government. The government can't brush this aside as you can't equate this with some sort of a black flag protest which happens normally when a politician is traveling elsewhere. This is a very, very serious issue. And if this gas had been toxic, the gas had been anthrax, sarin or flammable, the consequences here would be very, very fatal and tragic.
Yes.
I think, we have to just count our lucky stars that this did not go that path. And nobody is playing politics here. We are calling things as it stands. Where is the politics? In fact, I'm doing exactly the opposite. I'm not putting Mr. Pratap Simha under the bus, which should have been, I'm absolutely certain had this pass been signed off, say, for example, by me, do you really think the BJP would have been charitable? And if it had been signed off by say a Muslim MP, I know including many television channels would have evoked every Middle Eastern terrorist organization as part of this. So I know the predictable reaction of the BJP, but I don't want to go on that path. I don't want to put Mr. Pratap Simha under the bus without knowing the full facts. I know how people sign off MP visitors passes. The real problem is the physical security and the technology deployed to screen people.
Right. I leave it at that. I do appreciate for your time, Karti Chidambaram. Certainly a wake-up call as far as the security protocol in Parliament is concerned. On that note, we slip into a very short break. News updates will continue in just a bit.
Security breach. They burst crackers, they sprayed some yellow fumes and they were shouting slogans, and we don't know what slogans they were shouting. Payal was speaking to the YSRCP MP over there. They were saying that there was such a racket inside the floor of the house that they were unaware of what they were shouting. But as you can see in those visuals, ladies and gentlemen, they are jumping across the tables. These are two youth who jumped from the visitors gallery. Remember, as my colleague Payal is also pointing out, a lot of vetting goes through when it comes to allowing people into the visitors gallery, but not just the fact that these two youth jumped from the visitors gallery, they were carrying firecrackers as well as sprays. They sprayed yellow fumes inside Parliament on the floor of the House, and they were shouting slogans. I'm joined by my colleague Anvit Srivastava, who's getting us more details when it comes to this major security breach inside Parliament. Anvit, over to you.
Yeah, see, the initial that we are getting from the police is the police are saying that the elements that have been used inside the Parliament is said to be the color bomb that is usually used on Holi. This is what the police are saying. Those officers who are on spot, and they have conveyed it to senior officials that it has been found that these were color bombs that have been used inside the parliament. But the police are saying that they are still to verify whether it was only color bombs and what was the intention behind it. Because see, this police are saying that as far as initial investigation is concerned, they have only found color bombs here, which are usually used on Holi festival. But there are senior officials at spot. Some persons have also been detained, and police are trying to find out what are these bombs actually, whether or not, because it is also being said that a matchstick was used to fire them. So how did these things get inside? That will also come into the picture. But initial point is to find out if anyone has been, if any injury has been sustained by anyone. First of all, then what was the object used? Police are saying that it could be in all possibility just the color bombs, and also police will rule out all other dangers that could be. And so the police force has been moved towards the parliament. The security men who were there on the cordon and also on the inside are at the spot right now. The spot is being inspected in detail, and police will come out with more details. But initial, the duty of the police would here be to cordon the entire area and to find out exactly what elements were used and whether or not any other person has